Looks like that works. Now the bird is on the internet once more. Ah, cool. Yeah, that was just a little bit of a bit of time which leak. So, change things. So, I was told I was quiet. So let's just solve that problem first. Am I still quiet? Like here?
No, now that it sounds like you're talking with others instead of to yourself.
Yeah.
Imagine talking to oneself.
Happens.
God. It's like all the time.
Talking to myself, why would I listen to that guy?
You know, it makes sure that you get your own seat of the bus.
Oh.
Right, chat. How is my sound for you compared to everyone else's? Now we have a lively banter tonight. A grand night. So many things are gonna happen, and we're here for it.
Oversell and underdeliver. That's what Dreads of the Dragon Ghost is about.
Oh. Yeah. Well, you know.
We're gonna splinter Thunderholm off of Malignus faction so that Sheep can like waffle for like 90 minutes over the debt that they owe.
There are many things I could waffle about for at least 90 minutes. That would be one of them.
You know, at least it's memorable.
That's a word to describe it.
Like,
I don't know. I miss hearing about the silver mine every now and then, you know?
I don't.
I will
Really?
never mention that place again.
Oh, man.
Although I'm not ready to promise that.
Yeah, I was gonna say the final battle somehow.
Yeah.
Like what the
A direct passage dug between like the tomb the Bassaret guards and the silver mine.
What the
in
fuck?
there you find a portal bringing you to a place full of silver ore. You hear the distant sound of pickaxes.
In my
And a
silver?
bunch of other dwarves going, yeah, this is actually ours.
Yeah.
It's like, where did they even
you
come
dragons, could you take your fight elsewhere?
from?
I would just like to bring up, or to highlight, that I didn't bring up this topic.
You didn't.
There it is. It has been noted.
What's gonna happen is that Valignith will be captured and imprisoned again, and I'm gonna barter away the rights to like mining the mithril at his lair, like the harpies or some shit.
Oh no.
The Harpies have been the smartest civilization I've met in this place so far.
That civilization is generous.
Smartest group of semi-sentient things.
Did I miss something last time, or like?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, you missed last session.
I
The
did.
thing with the harpies, you know, I think being missed is sort of what they're trying to accomplish.
Well, I think I gotten so much from what I've seen of the interaction. Like, Valignif does something. Do the harpies do anything? No, no, no. They look at him like, no. He's a big dragon.
There is. All right. Well, who feels up for a recap of last session? It'll have to be
Your turn, Sheep.
Yep, it is indeed my turn.
all right. Let's do it.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Last session, Valignov, while moping in his lair, in his new lair that is, one of the moats, had a bit of a not exactly a meeting, but more of a vision, as he got talked to by Tiamat, who was like, "Hey, you know what? Shit sucks, but you gotta go through there, because not only are you're not trying to prove yourself to me, you are in fact my last hope. And whatever Tiamat can do to support him, she was gonna try, because she is split and torn apart and hates it and wants to be free again, and Belignif is her best and potentially only shot. And she rewarded him with a new armor infused into his scales, which is fancy. It hasn't seen any use yet, but I'm sure that's gonna happen soon enough. That was a bit of a talk. She also mentioned that his egg getting to Yaffle was part of her plan, in fact, and not like a coincidence or Yaffle's plan. And that's was interesting, although Wellinger was basically too shell shocked to really ask more questions about that. It didn't seem appropriate at the time. But he got rewarded with a new armor. Afterwards, Zure Liederfear traveled east to. Oh, they're not on the map, and I forgot the name. To. Do I remember the name? They had a really cool name.
Akanol.
Akanol, yes. To a. Well, they weren't really a tribe, a group of psionically gifted Genasi, I believe. Earth Genasi. Who she, well, contacted to see what they're all about, as she is collecting psionically gifted allies against the aberrant threat from wherever it may arise, probably a giant iron pillar, but that's just a guess. They had a bit of a problem in that they were getting abducted by some strange draconic / aberrant creature. And Emmy, being Emmy, was like, aberrant and a dragon? Hold my beer, I got this. Well, not hold my beer, but rather, wait here, I got this. And pretended to be a poor, helpless Genasi on like an evening walk ripe for the pickings. That aberrant dragon, in fact, did attack her and got absolutely smashed. It wasn't a weak creature by any means, but Amazon Fear is uniquely capable of fighting exactly that combination of creature types, so it went as expected. The Genasi were very, very happy about that, and good things are in their future, I'm sure. I believe after that, Anglespark sent a message to the Dragonfane that he wanted to talk to both Valignov and Amazura Litrofear. And he didn't really specify a reason initially, but when he arrived, he basically said that he wants to formalize an alliance. He wants to draw borders. He wants to have all of our territories connected so that we may assist each other when we get attacked. And he basically wants, formal trade relations and formal everything. And that sounded overall pretty positive. Although Valignant was not really comfortable in like signing a treaty or even giving a promise, as he said he has other priorities sometimes. The heavens up above. I guess in Tiamat's case it would more likely be the hells down below might have plans for him, and he can't really commit to defending Termish from whatever is over there. But if he has time, sure, he'll do that with or without a formal treaty. Overall, I was surprised to see that Dagelsmark wasn't really upset about not getting like a formal treaty. He was apparently okay with us just saying, yeah, we are not opposed to the idea. And we left on reasonably good terms. Or he left, at least. And that was about it.
All right. Yeah. Then let's just review our goals. Currently, I have 2 marked as, significant. So we have a goal: assemble a force of psionic enemies of the Far Realm. I feel like that has been accomplished.
No, okay, cool.
That you have people's cerulean sign. Now you can of course continue to work on your clock here to add more
Yeah.
if you're interested.
I
But-
have the Duragar that I gathered, and then I have the Order of the Cerulean Sign, like escapees, the survivors.
And they're certainly capable. Yeah, which means that we could begin the process of formalizing that into a asset.
Okay.
They're okay with that. I mean, their goal is pretty clear, and I think with the way the Emerald Enclave is going, that there isn't really a lot of like the one thing everyone can agree on, right? It's Far Realm bad.
Yeah. Nature, anti-nature. Like,
The end of everything as you know it, or not.
yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Ruth? You said, are you done working on that goal?
Sure. I might still like go after like finding others, like say like dipping into the Underdark itself, but
Oh yeah.
it sounds like a group of 30 like psionically gifted individuals who are like in champion tier, roughly about. Yeah, that's about what I wanted to achieve.
Yeah.
And then I got like some Duragar too.
Yeah, it'd be good for some new recruits since they have some
Yeah.
trouble in finding them.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe Anglispark might export a few poor psionic
Yeah, that
people to
was
me in
discussed.
future years.
If he finds some, he doesn't need or whatever.
Yep.
Do with them. Yeah. Beyond that, we have a goal called "Find a suitable dragon for Yenka's ritual."
Yep.
Which was accomplished.
It was?
Well, I mean, you found one and you enacted a ritual on Immiserator here herself.
I think the intent was for Yenka.
Yeah,
Yes.
I
Okay, you're right.
stated that goal last session
Yeah.
and did not accomplish it.
You're right. I marked it with a question mark because I actually didn't remember. All right. Good. Then we have just the one.
I'll leave.
I would like to drop my goals with the Sleepers Council for now.
I'll leave mine. I'll leave mine blank.
All right.
I don't
Just two
have.
blank.
Yep.
Good. Do for next time. We have currently re-established a giant ritual sites, remove Cormyr from the Dragon Coast, learn the secrets of the tomb of Kizon Rathizar, and find a suitable dragon for Yenkas. Yeah. Those are the goals.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it is a goal of mine, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. So maybe, like, I can't bother Cormyr right now. No, I will keep it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard to figure out which ones to stick to.
Poor Getra. Abandoned by Harry. A single tear
No.
rolls down every single beholder eye stalk.
Like a sprinkler.
Gonna have to find some ice cream.
My beholder sprinkler fixture for Halloween.
Aw.
Oh god, it's a disintegration ray.
Good. We can move along.
So
Yeah.
only a couple of months have passed in this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, it hasn't been hence my pause. It hasn't been it hasn't been the whole year, and thus there's plenty of time for faction action.
Hmm.
Not super
Yeah.
costly either.
Eh,
Of
you
course,
have-
there's also things that are going to be happening around you, the world. But maybe someone has something they want to kick off before things get too hectic.
Harry, you were absent last week. You got to be burning with something. You wanna fill a vacuum here? Roleplay any? Do something?
I think I'm good to see things pass for a bit.
All right. I guess I'm gonna start talking. I can't let things pass. All right. Pursuant to conversations with Anglispark, Missouri Leader here, being a closer neighbor to Anglispark than Valignith, ends up caring more about fostering a stable relationship. And to that end, she needs to inform Nathlek uh, of what's going to be happening in the near future. Specifically, that dragons from Termish, vassals of Anglispark, are going to be heading into this region this year, or at least in like the near future, to help resolve the savage beasts that are plaguing the road to the south. In exchange, Anglispark is looking for like open access for Termish to be able to trade here in Nathlek City, and Missouri Legions here is going to ensure that Nathlek City is on board with that. That they're not going to say no. We can role play that out more thoroughly, but it I think the emphasis point here is that Missouri Legions here is not the official protector of the city, and agreed when she let it be all independent that she wouldn't be. But if she told Anglispark she was, and Anglispark could always interpret that independence as, let me come over here and get this.
Yeah, I mean, the meeting is fancy, right? They will show the same pomp as they have before.
Yeah.
Though the spot that she used now has the throne in it.
Yeah.
She's sort of coming not as a resident here, but as a visitor.
Yep.
Yeah, things are fairly quiet. I mean, been rebuilt, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's clear that not a lot is happening. Like, things are slow. Bureaucratically, the economy is not doing super awesome, and there's still people were lost and such during that.
Yeah.
Bit of a downturn, but yeah, they're trucking along. They'll make it. You give it another generation or so, and they should be back on top.
Okay.
As for how the news is approached, I mean, so she'll assume, like, get to the throne, right? Maybe ask for some privacy.
Sure. Yeah,
And,
privacy.
And inform them that this will be going on.
Yeah, this is going to be going on, and like how they choose to handle that potential like access to trade is on them. But that basically it is Anglispark's price for helping to deal with the savage beasts that are plaguing them to the south.
Yeah, and I think it's not that they were really consulted, but
No, they weren't.
They know. I mean, it's not difficult to figure out what that means, right? It means that this is going to happen. They know of Anglispark. He's not a who he is and what he does.
Yeah.
And yeah, if this place does not benefit him, he will find a way to make it benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And that it might well be conquest. And they're not in a position where right now they could, like, they used to have sphinxes guarding the border and everything. But they don't now. They could resist, but they wouldn't win against Termish. So yeah, it's an accept. Right? Generally, the Jade Dragon is somewhat isolationist. Really, they are the faction that prefers to keep things to themselves. But it's a dragon, and they're trading with a dragon, so maybe it's for the best.
Yeah. And or perhaps it'll give something for the bureaucrats and the actual like number crunchers to do haggling about trade with like potential visitors.
Of course, it also behooves them now to send to basically make their claim on the Sound trading post there.
Yeah.
So that when things are settled, that might be the good place to trade, so that foreigners don't have to come to their city, which is how it used to be, right? The road sort of goes past here.
Yep.
So they could trade there and then have this still be their own forbidden.
Yeah. Adventurers still hold Assam. That's still the
Yeah,
general idea.
It is. There hasn't really been too much going on there because adventurers like to loot things, not really to build things as much.
Yeah.
And so they've sort of ranged out and fought beasts and whatnot. But no, beyond some weird disappearances and people sort of a bit of paranoia there. But yeah, it's fallen somewhat to the wayside. It has not. It has been somewhat mismanaged, I should say.
Okay.
So it has been in a better state. But yeah, it's still like warlords.
All right. I think with that done, Imizure Leaderthir is going to leave Naflek City after visiting for a 10-day and travel further south. She hasn't been to like the site where the blood droplet was put in since it was put in. And she actually would like to have a gander at how that actually looks now.
Yeah. So it was put in at the edge here of the flooded forest. I placed that on this map. It's maybe a little bit bigger than it would be at the current time. And again, it's actually growing. The sinking of the water from the Sea of Fallen Stars has somewhat begun to stop. Right? More water has been accumulating on the surface again. The site is overgrown. Like before, most of this path is sort of grasslands, right, rolling hills and whatnot. Yeah, there's some trees and such along the river, but this spot has sort of become a little place of thick forestation and plants. It's quite clear that at some point someone tried to clear it out. Probably the Sphinxes way back began to discover something was up. But the water itself here doesn't carry any sign that it's been tampered with. The trees are mangrove, they sort of grow out in the water with their roots in there. They appear strong, firm, and certainly great perches for various predators looking down at prey that certainly isn't a Missouri. She's not over there. Well, yeah, it's basically you could call it a grove, right? Localized forest that really looks much older than it could possibly be.
All right.
Habitat.
Okay. So I'll end my personal action, allow time to pass with this. Imizure Leaderthir is going to be lingering in this area personally for a while, and she's not going to direct the Emerald Enclave as part of a sucker scheme to find a suitable dragon for Yinka's ritual. She figures that Anglispark's desperate and hungry vassals, when they come over here like westward to find food and clear this stuff out, may be looking for easy targets. She is going to shapeshift into something that would look like a juicy target that a dragon could beat up. And then when she is attacked by a dragon, she's going to quickly shapeshift and kick the shit out of it and haul it back to the Grand Temple of Malar.
All right. Yeah, she's not in a hurry.
Nope, no hurry.
She works on dragon time. All right, yeah, she can stay there. It's gonna provide plenty of food. It's harder to catch than most food, but she usually hunts around her own like temple, and it's similar effects, right? Even the prey animals are more difficult to catch.
Right. Oh, no, what's that? The incredible poisonous toxins you exude from your skin to deter predators? Well, son of a bitch. If only I didn't care. No, no. I did briefly consider what that might be like.
It right now, and then I was like, wait, we have a weird purple tentacle dragon somewhere. I was like,
No.
After the
no,
ritual,
that.
Yenka turns to you, and
There's an alternate reality though, where
dragon.
I save the game and then pursue that path. Like,
casually climbs out her own mouth.
Yeah.
and then I load the game.
Ooh.
All right, I'm done for now.
All right. Yeah, sure he's down there. Yeah.
Fucking baiting.
One thing she might find that might give her reminisce is a the skeleton, or the remains, I should say, certainly been skeletized, but of her old friend. It would be not out in the open. They'd probably be covered in like vines and stuff, right? But the Sphinxes certainly haven't like messed with it. I don't think the predators have either. Maybe that's what he would want. Probably like it's like a tree or something, right? It's like grown around the thing to have the skull embedded.
Does it look as if he had the suitably glorious death that he wanted, that he thought he'd have?
Yeah, it was a lot of broken bones and other things around.
That's good. It's almost like it makes her think of one of the few individuals that she call a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Those are warm memories. She almost thinks about taking like the skull of Amrath with her, but thinks it's better for it to be here. So long as this side Toledo Malar anyway.
His plan there was to stay so that he might make enemies think that he was the result, or he was the cause of this.
Yep.
To not let them find out what actually happened. To stop it.
And
what a bro.
Yeah, it seems to have worked beautifully.
Oh, yeah. There might be dragons here to clear this out, but Immisary knows the cause. This is not gonna be cleared out, right? You can kill the predators, but new ones will show up.
Yeah. And it's almost as if like anyone who could like solve this isn't here or available at the moment.
Yeah, or would want to.
Yeah. Delightful.
All right. Any other dragons got something to set in motion?
Yes. Unless you have something, Ari.
No.
Valagnev, inconveniently enough, wants to visit Emissary Nitrofir here. We'll probably have to wait a bit. But that's fine.
Yeah. The last conversation they had the end of last session being what it was. Visera Legion Theory would certainly not be aware that Valignith would want to talk to her unless she got like a sending from him.
No.
Okay.
He's gonna wait.
Informed that there's no ETA as usual.
Yeah. Nova Cree offers like his, that in his wheedling voice that he has of like always fawning over you, but there's just like some sort of like edge, like possible betrayal, like in the back of his voice and in like the corner of his eye at every turn. That the Green Dragon has departed. He doesn't know where, and he doesn't know when she'll be back.
There's there's the Wemmick Paladin. standing guard over the temple. His holy vigil.
Oh, that wasn't covered in the recap, but God, I love it.
What the fuck? What happened?
So that's what we're sharing for Ari and for viewers who aren't aware. After Imizuri Leaderthir chose to galvanize and motivate the entities of the Emerald Enclave by brandishing the Hope of Nobanian to, to steer them away from like despair and like concern that we're just spinning our wheels here, accomplishing nothing. That hope was lost, and this hope here is still there, and Nobanian can be restored. There will be a way. And she did so well in convincing them that she genuinely cared about bringing Nobanian back that the Paladin of Banyan swore an oath to fucking safeguard the Grand Temple of Malar to ensure the pendant's safety. It's perhaps top 10 one of the delicious things I've done in this campaign.
Wow. Okay, I mean, he seems like a smart person.
He's desperate.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I'm sure that Emissary and Malar, are having a fucking great time. Just like, some days are rough, and you're like, oh man, I don't know, and then you look at that guy, and you're like, great.
Who would have seen that coming a few sessions ago?
Yeah, when we were slaying sphinxes and men mocking them. After that session, I was like, man, I'm not good at being evil. I was like, ooh, that was rough. Like fucking emissary just laughing in their faces, while smacking them around because they couldn't do anything to her. I was like, damn, we're the bad guys. That's alright. Damn.
The dragons like.
I see the icon there. Yeah, that's all right.
This is when Manikai pulls the adventurers raiding the lair mechanic, and then suddenly the fucking Paladin of Nobanian is like there guarding the Grand Temple of Malar.
And they can try
Just
to talk
stopping
him out
it.
of it, but it's really hard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what's up with that area.
Oh, great. Well, I'm good. That was good. I'm pleased.
Yeah, I mean, Malignant will have to wait a while.
Yeah, he'll acknowledge the reception he gets from Novacree and position himself on an what's the word? A prominent spot, somewhere up high, somewhere above the tree line, and just sit there and wait. He has time.
Cicatrix is hanging out as well at home, so I suppose the really next thing here that got to happen is Emissary. I've noticed the arrival. The dragons, right? She's perceptive. I suppose she's just like enjoying herself. I mean, it's kind of like camping.
Yeah, she's camping, exploring like this place that she hasn't bothered to like visit because she wanted to stay away because she didn't want any attention to be dragged at this spot. Keeping the secrecy of what have transpired here. But with the arrival of like vassal dragons, like camping ends, and it's she like shapeshifts into like since she's had time to observe like the various like predators and critters around here, something large, but with the appearance of like being wounded, in an attempt to like lure like one of the vassal dragons into like taking a shot at her, not realizing that she's actually a dragon.
mean, she's staying here at the edge of the flooded forest, which does look like to be once a forest, but certainly now covered in water. Most of the trees in there are sort of like dead and having like long strands of moss, basically growing on all sides of them, giving it sort of
Mm.
like a almost like a someone put a veil over the forest.
Ooh.
Bumpy ground here, sort of very gloomy, dark, and very still. I mean, of course, there are things that live in there, right? But it's sort of the kind of thing for ettercaps and will-o-wisps and sometimes out in the fog at night there might be glints of light somewhere out across the.
Oh, to lure people in. Get them.
Maybe at some point you could find like an adventurer's corpse down to the chest in muddy water. Follow the lights, they always say.
Bunch of preserved bodies just beneath
Yeah.
like the layer of the swamp.
Yeah. It's that kind of sort of creepy place, and then the water flows right out slowly, and then gets
Happy October, everyone.
gets into a terrible nightmare. Wild dogs that drink it and then turn into whatever a dire hound would be. She'll for exposition's sake, see the three dragons that arrive on Egglespark's command from the ground, right?
Yeah.
They fly a red in front, followed by a green and a blue. They're about the same size as her, maybe a little smaller. The red one's probably a little bigger, just red dragon privilege. They're young adults, right? Similar in age group ish to her, but they probably have had a little bit easier lives, or at least haven't dealt with the sort of things that she's had to.
Okay.
They will fly straight into the adventure town, though.
All right.
That's their plan. A beautiful show of force has always been a way to deal with people.
Okay.
What exactly happens in there, who knows? But probably some
it
people
probably
try to
doesn't go
fight.
well for them with 3 dragons attacking.
Yeah, some people probably try to say no, but it's 3 dragons working together, as we know. That is pretty efficient.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of contemplation about like if user leaders are like witnessing that, like, whoa, like a group of chromatic dragons like working together, huh?
Oh my god, even these icons, like, just need a couple more heads that look to each side and it's Tiamat.
Right.
Like,
And like no one's allowed to do it. Like dragons don't do that. Like she thinks to herself. There's a lot of like pondering over the nature of that and the power Englispark must wield to be able to somehow force this. And then there's a lot of resentment over the green dragon. She can look at other colors of dragons and handle that pretty well, but seeing another green dragon incenses her because she thinks of everything that she's supposed to have and doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
she spends time waiting, like as they pass by and go into the town, and she contemplates like how she is going to separate like one of the dragons, because even if she believes she could take multiple dragons, she can't haul all of them back to the Grand Temple of Malar.
No. Yeah, being patient, though, seems to be the right angle. They don't actually stick together once they have shown this trading post that it should just let them be here, and informed them that they're here to take care of their problem, which sort of makes everyone, happy that they went out of the way. Dragons can probably eat all the direwolves or whatever. That seems likely. But they pretty much split up once in their the general directions. beginning to basically roam out and hunt.
Okay.
So, bit of general things about them, just as she, I don't know, keeps an eye on the distance, right?
Yeah.
The blue one seems to be an excellent flyer. Flying very high and then almost like a hawk diving down to grab whatever he decides. Good eyesight and great flying abilities. While the red one prefers to fly lower. Takes his time. At times just sort of goes and sits down and awaits something and then absolutely ruins it, but you know. The green one sticks somewhat closer to the trading post and tries to keep an eye on the other two. How it deals with prey, it tends to catch it and then sort of play with it a little bit, knocking it about and sort of maiming it, and seems to enjoy playing with its food.
Oh, it's great. The green one is the one that keeps an eye on the other two. The green one is also the one most likely to just play with things instead of being incredibly perceptive or also absolutely ruinous, just destroying things like a red dragon would and should. She remembers Hezefe, and she's seen enough of Valignith. That green one, motherfucker, getting to enjoy like all kinds of draconic and privilege since the beginning. Since it was first hatched, never had to deal with a curse.
Just playing with his food all day.
Yeah.
Nothing else to worry about.
It reminds her of Navoriel just lazing around, playing with food. It's just, it was just last year for her. Like, it's a few sessions, but it's only been 1 year ago. And,
God, she's jealous.
just jealous and
Like,
furious.
This motherfucker shows up to this party in my collar?
Yeah.
No.
If it had been any other color, I think she.
I am the Green Dragon.
No. It's not even I'm the Green Dragon so
No.
much as they have something she can't have.
No, yeah, it totally makes sense. It's like,
Just whereas, where Cicatrix is resentful towards Yaffle, she's resentful towards all other Green Dragons.
Yeah.
It just never come up because we haven't countered it. Okay. Imizuri Legius here is going to see whether she can attract the attention of this Green Dragon by posing as a suitable enough animal that the Green Dragon will want to play with, based on what she observes the Green Dragon playing with.
Sure. Give me like an insight roll.
Yeah, I'll give you an insight roll. What's the insight these days? Let me check that modifier. Yeah. 20. I rolled a 1.
Alright, give me a bluff check.
I can do that. The 29 or it's a 40.
Alright, at first you don't really... I suppose maybe the jealousy is a little bit blinding. It's hard to tell what exactly would attract this Green Dragon. You observe it, how it behaves and such from a distance, probably not wanting to get super discovered yourself, but it's yeah, it seems somewhat fickle. It seems to enjoy finding large prey and then or large predators and then sort of outsmarting them.
Okay.
And with a 40, you can most certainly find something that is appropriate.
Like a large panther of some kind. Okay. Yeah. That does make sense, though, the insight, though. She's just, resentful and envious.
Yeah,
She's a treat.
it would come close enough.
Okay.
It sort of doesn't seem to be afraid about
Yeah.
anything that it expects to find here. It honestly seems to think that maybe it's a little bit too good for this sort of work.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm sent here to eat like cats and stuff.
Like,
But,
just
it's got benefits.
yeah. Here I am on cleanup patrol. It's a duty for those other two dragons, not me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Great. Could find something suitable to pretend to be to get close to it, and Imizuri Leaderseer will permit herself to be the target of being played with.
Sure. I mean, it's gonna be cunningly trying to ambush her.
Okay. She'll get ambushed. Wink.
Yeah. No, the 40 I think you got it. Insight is not big enough to sense anything that is off. That's pretty good. It's pretty insightful dragon, really. But yeah.
That is in a green dragon's wheelhouse.
Yeah. She'll find herself ambushed by a green dragon suddenly, moving through the as she does herself through the forest growth and such without smashing or breaking everything. Was gliding through the bushes and then knocking her to the ground, right? Attempting to break the legs of whatever beast she's taken the form of. Which I guess Imizuri will pretend to have happened.
Yes, she will pretend to have had that happen.
Yeah. Attack here. I think it's close.
No.
Yes. What's the plan here? Is it suddenly like knock this beast about and sort of push it around and then move to watch a little bit from a distance? Maybe you disappear, try to let her sort of move on or escape or something, and then hunt it down again.
Yeah, I think Imizuri Leaderseer is willing to experience this as she adds this to the growing level of resentment for the message she's going to send to Anglispark over how one of his vassals attacked her. And so following that typical green dragon hunting thing, I think she will attempt to play along with oh, my legs are broken. How will I escape? I got to get away from the scary dragon predator and crawl away. She would probably not care as much, but she's currently infused with the essence of another dragon, so has so much more energy. This will just make the resulting punishment she will deliver to this other dragon much sweeter.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think after she plays with the green dragon, she will shapeshift and thoroughly club the thing into unconsciousness.
It's hardy as any full-bodied uncursed dragon is. It's fairly fast, fairly nimble, and thoroughly surprised as its prey turns into a not hurt, slightly bigger and more powerful green dragon. That's not something you want to have happen. See, I want to say that there's a chance it might escape, but I know there isn't. That's sort of what Imizuri does, shutting it down. And, well, the game tells me it's 6 levels or more below you, which means that by itself it is not a threat. It's little ability to really hurt you. You could play out a fight, but I think it would just take a long time because it have a lot of hit points, then actually accomplish a whole lot.
Much like Navorial, that I ended up fighting solo.
They're of similar ages, though certainly differently built.
Okay.
I'll tell you a natural 20 would hit, but nothing beyond.
All right.
It tries, but And maybe she finds some, I don't know, does she find like any joy in that? The fact that she could find someone here who would, like, who should be her peer. Right? And then, like, wipe the floor with them.
There is immense joy in that, and it's the same joy that she felt in taking down the other young adult green dragon. Dragons are like delineated by age, and that's something that she should be a part of normally. That is sort of like age bracketing, but everything that she's been through hell and Yaffle has hardened her in a way that dragon aging would not. She does not have the luxury of, as much as she wants it, she can't lay back and let the years pass and grow powerful because she doesn't have the time. Because of hell.
Yeah.
So there's
She-
a sheer
she
like
can defeat-
sadistic like pleasure.
She can defeat Lartanet. And the goal here is to knock them out, to render
Yep.
them unable to resist, and then carry them
Yep.
home.
Haul it back to the Grand Temple.
It's a hard carry. The dead weight of a creature like this is not not without trouble. But she has time, and
Okay. So that's going to be like the scoop Valignith gets then, however many 10 days after he arrives and just like lurks around like the Grand Temple and tries to entertain or occupy himself somehow. I wonder what he does to pass the time.
Well, Valignov alternates between either being obnoxious enough to be fed, hunting himself, or most of the time really just being a statue on some higher place, just observing, looking out for when Emmy returns. He has built up a lot of patience these days.
Yeah. There's plenty of potential food opportunities to hunt, and as it turns out, the folks here in the satellite structures of the Grand Temple are used to feeding a dragon, and so do have a number of food options on tap.
He's most definitely going to make use of those. He's not really hunting for himself a lot, just occasionally for fun.
Yeah, a lot of the folks who prepare food here have taken to the Shu style of the food preparation that's come from like chefs from like Naflek City. As it turns out, the dragon really likes how they prepare food, and so it's been a forced thing to have to learn in order to please the dragon. So with their bizarre like assortment of how they spice and braise food.
I think it gets to try like wild boar rock and such.
It's like all the marinating and stuff. Like it's very tedious, and that's why it's so much better.
Breaded whole chickens.
Yeah. So some of them like gloat, noting to Valignith that they've had the experience and pleasure of feeding not just a Mizrahi Legion's here, but a mighty and powerful beholder as well. And so they know how to feed the gullets of all manner of creatures. So yeah, a few 10 days later then, on the horizon, slowly, is Imizure Leaderthir hauling like another dragon with her.
Has she talked to Lartanet at all? Or has it just been, he's talking, knock him out again?
I think so. I think she would have talked. It is some journey. This one, this is full of like vindictive anger and the equivalent of, you attacked me while I was hunting. I am Imizure Leaderthir, Elder of the Emerald Enclave. I have a working relationship with Anglispark, and now I have to explain to him that one of his vassals insulted me. You will pay accordingly.
Been thoroughly humiliated, but we'll swallow its pride. His pride. Because he's heard of Emisary Leader 3. Of course he has. Oh, it is only because I was unable to recognize you. I have not had the joy of spending much time in outside of Englesbach's military control.
Yet another insult you deliver unto me. For you do not recognize me, and could not do so. All the time you spend with other dragons, and you could not recognize another.
Besides, your form was impeccable. I I can go with you myself. You would not have to carry me the whole way. And I would at least be spared the beatings.
Sure, you can come with me yourself. If you do choose to try to escape, I may even permit you. It will make my explanation to Anglispark over what happened all the more sweeter. That's right, more sweeter. Yeah, she'll stop hauling him. See whether he follows.
Yeah, stream just started.
Okay.
We're back now though. Yeah. Since he's been allowed to fly by himself, he'll do that. It seems like it's less indignified, and whatever fate he's going to, Emisuri is allegedly an ally of Ankle and yeah, he kind of messed up, but maybe he could learn something from this green dragon. It knows
Sure.
a lot, and he does want to see the Golfmere, like since he was very young and got picked up by Anglispark.
Yeah.
He hasn't really had the chance to be home.
Okay. Then Valignith in a few 10 days is going to see on the horizon 2 green dragons flying towards the Grand Temple of Malar.
Asking himself for just a second, what was in that food? Yeah, he's most definitely visible as Emmy and the other green dragon come closer. Probably like sitting, maybe not on the temple if there's another place reasonably high up available.
Sure. Not Nova Cree's Tower of Light, because it's a sharp point, but like some of the satellite structures have a bit of height to them as well, just due to all the building materials and stuff they store to repair the temple in case it gets damaged.
Yeah, he'll sit on the top of one of those, just looking in the general direction that Emmy is arriving from.
These are leaders here for her part, like narrows her eyes. It's like she's flying over the horizon and says, not expecting Valignith to have been there. She stops approaching so much and then takes a holding pattern of flight, looking towards the other green dragon and says, in exchange for releasing you and to compensate me for the 2 insults you delivered, I would have you perform a small task myself. It is one that you could refuse, and should you do so, I would permit you to return to Anglispark. But I would also inform him of the 2 insults. The specifics are involving a ritual a magical exchange which will temporarily weaken you, but cause no permanent or lasting harm. Make you tired. You will be fed and given a place to rest until your strength recovers. And once you do, I will provide a suitable explanation to Anglispark for your absence.
Hover,
Mhm.
Sorry, and sort of look down to see what prompted this sudden conversation. Always looking for some sort of angle to play. Clearly,
Right.
that sort of dragon. Like, is it immediate? Is it possible that I could return and inform Anglisberg of my mistake before returning to aid you in whatever tiresome task you require?
It is not possible. Should you refuse and leave, then I will consider you to have declined the offer, and thus inform Anglispark of the two insults. One for having attacked me, and the other for not recognizing.
I mean, the dragon is suspicious. On the other hand, it does find itself somewhat in an unfortunate position, and this would seemingly sound better than what it had to do before. Right. Will subsists, I have questions, but I suppose this is not the time.
You are permitted to ask. As a matter of fact, the entity that will be sponsoring the magical ritual that will temporarily drain you is in sight. And she waves a claw at, the mile or so away at, the red dragon bulk. That is Valignith. Valignith also has a working relationship with Anglispark.
Dragon here seems a little bit starstruck. These dragons are famous dragons. And it's like something in its mind tells it to run away, but another thing tells it that this is a chance to actually, accomplish something or distinguish itself in some way. And those two things are clearly like at war with each other. Something with these two dragons involved bound to be dangerous and terrible, but on the other hand, so far its life hasn't really accomplished a whole lot.
She says, "Before we fly to meet Valignith, what is it that which binds you to Anglispark? How is it that you've not only fallen under the service of the Dragon King of Termish, but continue to serve?"
Sort of, I made an oath, and he's keeping me to it. I could leave, but I do not really know where I would go, nor how he would not find me. He does not take betrayal easily. And in all fairness, he does give rewards that allow me to keep my own hoard and my own separate life to some degree. He protects me, and I do what I need to do, things to continue that. Was I to simply tell him I reject him, then the future things is I don't think that is really an option. He is kind to those who benefit him, but ruthless to those who don't. Perhaps, and it sort of stops there. It's not gonna.
Yeah. Sure. She stares for a few seconds after he falls silent, then says, "Very well," and stops flying in a holding pattern and heads towards Valignith.
Rodnath follows.
The sleek greenish gray dragon soars into her home. Rover, I should say.
Followed by the actually also sleek green dragon afterwards.
But
Clearly
not as
kept,
sleek.
well, Ladnath is certainly kept in shape by his master. Anglespark does not permit laziness. Subject.
Mhm.
Not really, If they have time to laze, then they could be doing menial labor for him.
Yeah, Valignus' eyes are basically stuck to this other green dragon that he doesn't realize, with the occasional questioning glance over to Emmy as she approaches.
He carries himself well enough. Though Valignus, of course, can see he's a dragon and he relies upon his natural strength to do what he needs to do, compared to Imizuri and Valignus, that certainly both have other things as well.
Valigna doesn't move. She lands on the structure, structure that Valignith is on. It's certainly, these buildings here, few though they are certainly wide enough to support this kind of weight.
Hopefully sturdy enough to.
Yes, it's not going to be an issue with the tens I rolled to fucking vomit out this shit and all the
Oh, it's true.
all the spare materials that came over the years, things that weren't good enough.
Again, it's sort of like a pyramid made of stone blocks, so.
Like, did it have to be able to hold 10 dragons on the top? No. But can it? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the Grand Temple; it's just like an ancillary building.
As I remember it described, the site is sort of like an Aztec style
Yes.
town. Love it, stone. Put it together. I mean, Ladnath is not going to speak first. He'll just land somewhat behind the Missouri and then bow his head to Valignith, because he hasn't met Valignith before, but he knows who Valignith is.
Ares Leader says, Valignith, official representative of the Dark Lady in this region. What brings you here?
Surprisingly enough, surprisingly relevant business to exactly that, as well as our last conversation. But before we speak about that, who is that?
These are leaders here, like rotates to look over, look to the side. Says, you may introduce yourself to Valignith.
Ethel will bow and say, my name is Larshanath. I am the second in command of the Osround Dragon Squadron under the command of Lord Anglespark.
Nods slightly. Of course, Anglespark would have squadrons, wouldn't he? I suppose the fact that you are associated with Anglespark is the reason you're still alive, isn't it, Emmy?
Sort looks from behind Emizura, she knows he's looking, but he's sort of like, gives a side eye there.
Or at least conscious, I suppose.
These early leader rotates to look back at Valignith and says nothing.
Latinath, I will probably try to remember your name. Would you excuse us for a bit? I think we'll turn to Mr. Relator Fear, say, I didn't mean to intrude or be a bother, but it relates to our last conversation. I've had some thoughts that I wanted to bring up, at least.
Very well, Valignith.
You see, I continue to think that the ritual is problematic, severely so, to the point where we can't even fathom the consequences of it, knowledge about it spreading. On the other hand, I also realize with absolute certainty that it is something we need to do. Now, I don't only mean the ritual affecting us, but also what I still continue to think Yenka deserves. She has done great service to us. She has been loyal. She has been upfront, which is rare these days. And she has not only the knowledge to do it, but wants it to. So I think she deserves it. Now, I do not want this ritual to ever be done outside of the Dragon Fane again. We will do it again, obviously, but in a place where I'm more comfortable that it happens in the right context. It obviously benefits us and our task of conquering our freedom. It also enables us to change the future in the way we want it to change, and both of those things are important for a variety of reasons, obviously. Now, I do not want us to simply find the closest, most convenient candidate to trap with some scheme and then force our will on them, but rather it should be done in the context of the Dragon Fane, and there's something else that I require for the Fane, which the ritual might very well be the, how do I put this, the show of devotion required to be able to fulfill that purpose. After all, by going through this ritual, we will benefit, the Dragon Fane will benefit, and what the Dragon Fane stands for will benefit. I can excuse what we're doing with that logic. I'm talking about finding successors that manage the Dragon Fane. I never meant to do it for as long as I have. I, in fact, initially intended to build it and then not abandon it as a ugly word, but at least put it under new management as soon as possible. However, all possible candidates either died terrible deaths or left after I may have said a few things that they took the wrong way.
How should I take your words then, Velignith?
Could you repeat that? I didn't quite get you.
How should I take your words then, Velignith?
I think you should take my words as me admitting that your logic has more merit than I wanted to acknowledge at the time. I simply want to put the right context on it, that it does not escalate to whatever I fear.
Very well. Lartanef is with me because he has agreed to be the temporary energy resource that Yenka requires to turn herself into a half-dragon. It is to repay for the insult of attacking me and then not recognizing who I am. I gave him the freedom to leave. However, I will be contacting Englispark about what happened, and his agreeance to being a part of the ritual does influence what I tell Englispark.
I see. And I'm sure that him delivering this incredible insult to you, not just one, but two, was entirely his fault and not planned
Yes,
in any way.
it was entirely his fault.
I understand. I see your reasoning. I would, however, like the...
I don't care about what you like. All you do is say that, oh, I recognize your logic, Imizure Leader Theer, but I don't give a damn.
I see.
I did my part in helping out your minion and secured politely, without directly imprisoning or forcing another dragon as you would so humbly desire. If you would prefer to find another means, she looks a little bit of distance toward where Velignev just missed the green dragon, then by all means, he doesn't have to do this. But I will be informing Anglispark of the insults, for he is responsible for his actions.
Then we'll take him.
Very well. She pauses and says, he's a bit smitten with you. He might like the idea of going with someone who did not humiliate him.
I would prefer someone less smitten, but I suppose it's acceptable.
She says, being with you may help give him something that he is lacking, being a servant of Anglispark. She rotates her head to look back at Velignev and says, I can call him back over now and we can explain the situation.
I think we could, although I suppose we should.
She rotates her head to look away from Velignev and says, Lartanev, waves with a claw.
Yeah. We'll come over. It's
Yes.
quite clear also the way you told him to leave. He's used to taking orders. Probably done it the majority of his life. Again, Anglispark sort of went for these dragons when they were very young, too young to do anything and stuff. There's sort of clearly there's even though they themselves wouldn't recognize it, right? Growing up in that environment has certainly affected them.
Oh, there's someone at the door. 1 second.
Sure. The continued conspiracy of everyone else in Sheep's building, telling people to buzz sheep.
It's 9:30 almost. Who? Why?
I mean,
What?
It's Friday.
9:30 on a
Friday, when you think about it.
Oh, it's yo, party time, man. I don't know. You can tell I've partied hard. Wild.
How do those Danish
Uh,
parties go, Harry?
I don't know. I presume I hear there's alcohol and card games.
Card games?
That's.
Well, I mean, we'll see. if she
I'm
comes
the
back.
bored person in the corner usually, so
A wallflower.
Uh-huh.
I've returned.
Welcome back. Have you been invited to a cool
I can't
party?
hear anything, though. That's problematic.
Oh.
Hello?
That's the loud music sheep.
Hello.
Ah, 1
So
second.
that's-
when he walked away from the computer, he might have jankified his headset.
Oh, I hope not.
The wires got crossed.
Hopefully that'll get fixed.
Oh no, he's typing.
Oh boy.
Please stand by, viewers.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
My headset has 2 dials on this side, and apparently I just somehow managed to turn one of them way down.
I've done that.
Sure. All right.
All right.
Hartnef approaches. Missouri leader Theor looks towards him and says, the magic ritual I spoke of that will temporarily drain your energy. Velignith will be responsible for that. I had thought the ritual may end up being conducted here. However, Velignith would prefer for that to be conducted at the Dragon Fang. And so, to repay for the insults you delivered to me, to do this ritual, you will instead go with Velignith to the Fang. Hear the explanations accordingly. You are free to refuse to follow along with the service at any time and return to Anglispark. I will inform Anglispark of what has transpired.
Hartnef will nod and look to Velignith. It's clear the dragon currently is somewhat confused by this. This is really rather confusing.
Right, he got clubbed into unconsciousness, partly hauled.
He's beginning to think that maybe that was a purposeful thing, since it seems like they have a pretty good use for him. Someone prepared and had a need for community service, and so they made sure that someone needed to. Go repay a favor or something.
No, that's ridiculous. This is a happenstance.
No, I agree with him. He's totally correct. The problem is that he started it by attacking me.
Yeah, he doesn't really. I mean, it sort of would be his word against yours in any situation.
Yeah.
And being the smaller dragon, he's further used to no one caring what the smaller dragon is.
Yeah.
So, his best chance here is going along with things and hoping that he can profit somehow.
The Missouri leader here says, I advise you two resting here for a day or so before making the trip back to the Fang. Velignith, I'm sure you have helped yourself accordingly to food. I do begrudge that. You, gesturing towards Larneth, may do the same. We have an assortment of animals that have been hunted in this region that are prepared with techniques from Nathlek City. You may find them interesting or at least different than what you've been eating in the Osround Mountains.
I shall be honored to accept such an invitation.
Wonderful.
Velignith gives Olaf and Akia a glance, a quick scan before he turns back to Emmy and says, I do enjoy seeing you angry sometimes, you know that. I have much more respect for that than someone who simply agrees with everything I'm saying, adding new perspectives.
Missouri leader here takes off from the building to go poke and prod chefs to dredge out what assorted cuisines that have been gathered and how they're going to be prepared tonight. Before sending these two dragons, hurling them away from here to the Fang.
Hartnef is trying to absorb as much information as he can that might benefit him in whatever happens next. Fall down the rabbit hole, so to speak.
Sure has.
Yeah, I mean, he'll eat, but carefully and consciously. He clearly doesn't really know how not to insult people. So
That's what I heard.
glancing to Velignith every now and then, but not starting conversations himself. At least
Smart.
that's what he's been taught.
Emissary Legious here puts aside, like, her obligation to Yinka, as far as she's concerned, has been completed. She did her part to find a suitable dragon for Yinka, and it's up to Velignith to actually help to preserve his minion from the ravages of death. The rest of the night is spent bearing her resentment over this fucking green dragon who gets to, like, live free from the curse of lethargy.
Look at him breathing. Ugh,
Yeah.
can't believe
Look
it.
at him just getting to, like, recharge his breath.
No.
With, like, his several hundred hit point pool.
Yeah, sure, he was brainwashed by a dictator, from birth, but that's
No,
that's
he was not
trivial.
brainwashed. He was not brainwashed.
I think at some point after spending many, many minutes just sort of making eye contact with the green dragon, or at least looking at him with a somewhat disapproving expression, while Emmy is elsewhere.
Yeah, that's easy to manage. He again, like, she's written it off, like, now, like,
Yeah.
it's now Velignith's charge.
Velignith will ask the green dragon, "What do you think of Engelspark, truly?"
That just sort of looks at Velignith, and like a strange sound escapes it for a moment. As he weighs the, should he, what does the red dragon want him to say? Because, well, Engelspark he's diplomatic, but he doesn't need to be with Lognath, certainly. But Velignith has a bit of a reputation for being. And I think he will ask and answer with a question here, which some might say is overly bold for someone in his current position. That depends on who this information is delivered to.
Do I look like one of Engelspark's underlings or messengers reporting directly to him? And are you going to answer every question with another question?
The dragon
Like
stops
Velignith.
a little bit, because that seems to indeed be something it tends to do. I apologize. You have a reputation, however. I have heard much about you. The talk of you amongst us, that you are fair. Engelspark is
A word?
ambitious. He is crafty and thorough. He is also harsh. Certainly not what I would call generous. And he does not allow for a lot of. He teaches us to repress what makes us us in order for us to better fit into his systems. He likes things to be organized, regimented. Does not enjoy things that are frivolous, or that he considers frivolous. Hence, this is my first visit to the Gulfmere since I was born here.
What do you think about him?
I don't think about him a lot. He is present, has always mostly been present and is the most pressing reason for why I do the things that I do. If he was to be gone, I would have to really consider things. But he isn't, and he is not one to let someone like me go.
Yeah, I suppose I'll have to talk to him, but I'm sure he'll make an exception for you. Now, what do you think about Emizure Leaderfear, Slayer of Office Derelicts and Hezephah the Red Dragon, the Midnight Sun, I believe her title was, Elder of the Emerald Enclave? What's your opinion?
I had heard many things, but I did not expect to. And the dragon is somewhat humbled here. It's an embarrassing story of what happened. We had a run-in. I was foolish and not prepared or not perceptive enough to recognize the situation I was in. And, well, I suppose she has been a good host. Like, looking at the food and sort of looking around. There's a sense of her that makes me feel as if she could decide at any moment to kill me. Or anything, or anyone.
I give nods at that.
You never tell what she's thinking.
She does think a lot.
May I know why you ask?
I think it'll become apparent soon enough. For now, simply let me go. Let me know when you're ready to depart. There are explanations I have to make. Preparations, even.
Romances, I will make ready as befits you. It is not like I brought anything.
Then we should leave as soon as possible.
I would prefer, if I may, that Engelspach be informed of my presence so that he does not take steps to punish any desertion.
How would he punish you when you are not present?
There are things he has that I care about.
And those things are?
My hoard, my home.
Engelspach is many things, but rash is not one of them. You'll have time to explain yourself, I'm sure, and I'm also sure that as soon as we arrive at the Dragon Fane, he'll probably get wind of your presence there soon enough.
She's not about to Akio. Yeah. And I mean, and fairly quickly. I mean, Beliggen's been here for long enough, I think.
Been there for a while.
They can leave to the Dragon Fane.
I'm busy crafting an official message so that I can get the exact precise wording. I think it's important enough for what the messenger delivers to Englishburg.
Ardnath hasn't been up here before. Why, but he's heard of the Dragon Fane. Said to be a place where all dragons are welcome. He knows that Engelspach is with.
I think the conversation will actually not happen at the Fane, but on the way there, like halfway, where Veligna flies a bit closer. do not have to roar over the wind as much. As he says, Emmy has chosen you. Of course, for what she has chosen you, I don't know if she cares really, but part of that includes a ritual, as she's mentioned. I, however, think the ritual is secondary, really, to what I want to offer you. It is an offer I want to stress that you can refuse, and other than your perceived insult, will have no consequences. I, for one, have no intention of doing anything, getting angry about any refusal. What I do, however, tend to get angry about is insincerity. I am looking for dragons, not just one, not just you, to manage the dragon fane for me. I have more important work. Let's leave it at that. And I cannot be there always. I cannot leave it under the management of whatever minions I've gathered. That would not feel appropriate. And therefore I was looking for candidates. Now, originally I intended to contact some of the significant dragons in the area to consider their opinions, perhaps find dragons that they have chosen, and as it turns out, that is somewhat what happened. Emmy has chosen you. I will not think too much about the decision process, but it's enough for me.
Yeah, I think Ludneth likes the wording that Missouri has chosen. Makes it seem like this certainly was all some sort of ruse, and he didn't royally mess up. It was some sort of test, maybe? Not sure, but it seems to have gone well. Nod and say, I lead the Fane. I mean, of course I would accept such an opportunity. Anyone in my position would. Though, of course, I would argue that none are as well suited as I am.
Makes you particularly suited.
I am flexible. My companions, one too zealous. He would always move to act too rashly, for something like leadership. Someone needs to be flexible, to be able to adapt to any given situation. The other, well, he's the opposite. He's too patient, waits too much, has been tempered by Anglisbark over many years, and has lost some of that spark and fire that makes our kind so. Instead of this word, it's just beautiful. I, in the meantime, have the best of both. I always try to see how I can gain the most from any situation. That is what makes a good leader, after all.
I see, so you're calling yourself positively undefined in all aspects.
I
No
suppose I would say
extremes of any kind.
that nods. Very temperate,
No passion.
logical. Of course, I have things that I enjoy, but they're not as important for my work as they are for my time off.
I see. I don't think you're being insincere. I just don't think that you know yourself yet, which is fine, I suppose. Fact of the matter is, if you mess this up, assuming you accept, of course, you are still allowed to refuse, you will wish that it was Emissary Lidrafir who killed you in that trap. Of course, if you do well, you'll become an important fixture of a grand future, but we'll have to see if that happens.
Bit of a pause. What exactly would my responsibilities be?
Lignith pauses. I can't give you a list of what you're supposed to do there. You're just supposed to do the right things. To be present, to work towards the goals that the Fane has. I expect that part of your role there will be to figure out what your role is. I'm not going to manage you like Angelspark did. I'm going to do the exact opposite. I expect you to manage yourself, and if you don't, I'll make you wish you did. And in return, if you do well, I'm going to be very happy about that and rewarded appropriately. However that may be.
Dragon nods. Considering his possibilities, And this ritual, I was informed I would feel tired.
The ritual has reasonably long-lasting consequences, although none are permanent. You will feel tired, you will feel unmotivated. I do not expect you to do much managing or anything really in that time span. You will simply be there to exist, although you can still learn that time, observe, look around, be present. Afterwards, after the effects fall off, which they will eventually, that is when your job truly begins.
Not just then, I suppose I have much to learn, both about this task and about being myself.
Being yourself, of course, also includes... Well, I am on good terms with Angelspark, but any one who manages the Fane has to have no associations with any exterior force, so to speak. If you were to come and demand that the Fane produce soldiers for something that has no direct benefit to the Fane, what would you do?
That depends. Trying to speak honestly. If my
On what?
options are comply or die, then I suppose I would comply. I do not have the personal power to defeat him in battle, and I never will. But if I had naturally the backing of yourself and whatever forces the Fane has, and I could defeat him, then I might well refuse.
I'm going to have to find you a less cautious partner in this, I think. As I said, you will not be the only one. I will find others to complement each other, oppose each other.
Be the first.
It so happens to be that you will be, yes.
Of course you will be. It's working with other dragons is nothing new to him. He's had to do that forever. Certainly Angelspark does internal competition and whatnot, as well as anyone else does.
All right. I think the rest of the flight and the arrival at the Dragonfane will mostly be small talk that wouldn't be particularly interesting. But it's a lot of leading questions by Veliknev that, seem to have an obviously wrong answer.
Give me an insight check. See if you can figure out something about this guy.
Sure.
What's his deal?
33.
All right. Yeah. Lordnath seems to be smart enough to have worked himself. He is say it a career dragon. He's very good at sort of working his way up a hierarchy and then staying at the top, not necessarily because he's best at his job or best at doing what he does, but because he's the best at selling it. Because he's the best at making sure his opponents look stupid and do badly at their tasks. And that requires a certain level of cunning. He has a pretty good opinion of himself. He's been successful doing this in Englespark's regime. He believes that it's an important skill. Beyond that, though, he's a bit of a bully. And when he has power over someone who's weaker than himself or something, he takes some joy in exercising what little power he has had. Because most of his life he's been somewhat powerless and always had this sort of Englespark on top of him. He certainly has a cruel streak. He enjoys inflicting suffering on others because he can, and they can't stop him. Then, through that he also does desire power. So. And this promise of controlling a powerful faction capable of challenging Englespark, I mean, to him that sounds like just the sort of thing he's going to have to make work for him. Opportunity too good to let go.
It's good enough.
And besides, he's emissary leader Thier's chosen,
That happened fast.
Carries weight.
Yeah, the idea here will be indeed to use him as Emmy intended, although with a bit of a twist, I think. Because ideally, Veliknev would like to reward Yenka himself, not give her like the half dragon power of some random, well, no offense, what's your name? Some random dragon. But Veliknev could in turn use said random dragon to recharge after giving Yenka some of his, far more relevant and important, I don't know, essence or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a chain, so to speak.
Yeah, somehow, Yenka will weirdly enough become like half sister to Yaffle, which is amusing through such a ritual. Yeah.
I thought Veliknev didn't like complicated.
Yeah, he has learned. He hates it, but sometimes you just got it, right? Isn't that what Emmy told him?
Yeah, it also matches well with her robes. The red scales and full trim. Sure. Larknath's sort of way of behaving has certainly changed with the information that's been given. He's in total pleaser mode. He's trying to do whatever he thinks Veliknev wants him to do, not necessarily what Veliknev says that he wants him to do, but what he believes Veliknev actually wants. In that regard, though, he's actually fairly good at anticipating Veliknev's desires and needs. And as soon as he gets the plane, he spends time exploring it, finding out where's what and who's important, and who does he need to control in order for this organization to function well under his new rulership. That sort of thing. He was told that there would be others, and he has a lead now. He has time before they arrive. He's going to spend that time cementing as much power as he can in order to make them his subordinates rather than equal. That really occupies his time, meaning that the ritual certainly is becoming an afterthought. It's something he agreed to do. He figures it's kind of like, it's going to take like a day. It'll be done.
Yeah, I don't think it will.
Yeah, it sort of depends on how much juice Velignith is wanting to. And you say he himself will. Perhaps we should have that conversation of seeking out Yenka. She is in the ruins. She has a camp out there, well hidden from any prying eyes. Currently helping organize, spending her time mostly helping to organize the Thayan attack. Solkir rebels attack against Thay, hoping to destroy phylacteries, or maybe capture them and use them against her. He's not a direct participant.
Yeah, he'll fly over there.
He knows them. Yenka doesn't have that many subordinates anymore. They've mostly dying off step by step, but there are some, handful. Perceive him as she does. They've known each other long enough that it's sort of, compared to most people about Velignith, Yenka is not. She's not as afraid of saying what she actually believes. Nor does she really try to please him at this point. She knows that what she can do best to do that is just pursue her goal, because they have the same one. There really isn't a great need for overly subordination.
Velignith will basically barge in, as he tends to do, skipping any small talk, as he says, Yenka, I've given you a promise a long time ago, I suppose, in your timescale. And it's about time that I uphold my end of the bargain. Emizuri Lidrafir was very pleased by your work, even if I still have my concerns, although there are additional decisions I've made about that. You will use myself for your reward, for your ascension. There's another green dragon up in the Fane who has agreed to, in return, also participate in this ritual to make sure that after the ordeal, I will not be affected. But he will instead, if that's possible. I'm sure it is. You can make that work.
Of course. I will make it work. Of course, there's going to be a moment when you are weakened, and this other dragon then, can it be trusted to not take advantage of such a weakness?
I think so. It has nothing to gain from killing me. I've already promised it everything it can hope for.
I was not afraid it would kill you. I was afraid it would destroy some of my things in the attempt to kill you. I can't risk you coming to harm.
I understand. I hadn't considered the possibility.
it might be better if we restrain it beforehand, though it will have to be restrained for a week or so in order to probably perform one ritual and then for me to recover afterwards. I do not know how long it's going to take, nor exactly what sort of effect it might have on my physique.
Yes, we can do that. It would be a great way to get to work on its haughty pride it is developing with what I promised it.
It is then thoroughly restrained. I don't see a problem. The other one was unconscious at the time, I think. Once we begin the ritual, I don't think there's much risk then. The effects are fairly immediate. How much do you want me to take exactly? Of course, I would, for my part of it, take what is required, or I should call it my ascension. And I assume with this other dragon, you want me to repeat what I did for Emissary Elidrith here.
If one dragon is enough, that would be preferable, but I intend to get most likely 2 more in the near future. If I can manage to get some that quickly, although I do have to admit this one just fell into my metaphorical lap.
Its death should be sufficient to give you the strength you need. Of course, you might be less energized than Emissary Elidrith here, but it should still hold enough, depending on its age, to fuel you through the ritual.
No, I need him alive. It's fine if he is tired for a long time, but he needs to survive.
He pauses for a moment and slowly nods again. I would have to assess him to see how much he could take. There's apparently degrees, you see. A dragon that has more power could be drained for longer, but if we go too far, there would be no returning to the original state. It would forever seemingly be somewhat broken. I would have to do a lot of research to really understand this stuff. I don't think we have a couple of dragons available.
I do not want you to do any research on life subjects. I trust that the book gives you everything you need.
She nods. It was written by an absolute madman, that much is to say. Now, this version we've made, I have managed to read most of it without going. I don't think I've gone insane. I don't approve much of necromancy in general, but I cannot say it is without its merits. Working with live subjects is different from what the book intends. Transference of draconic power into undead vessels. But, well, it would be untested, of course, but if you desire them to, if that is what you want, then that's what I will do.
You'll make it work, I'm sure.
Though if we should ever find dragons that are strongly opposed to us and immobilize them for a longer amount of time, live subjects would allow me to maybe even advance the research found within by quite a
While
bit.
I appreciate your ambition, there will only be a select few times we execute this ritual out of pure necessity. If you continue your research on live subjects without my knowing, I will destroy you. Are we clear?
You know, she's not right. Of course.
This ritual has the potential of, let's say, a highly ambitious and far more ruthless dragon than I realizes that you can get so much delicious power and energy from cannibalizing your own kind repeatedly. Then that individual would go and find others to exploit rather than fighting anything else of relevance. It would not be good.
Yeah, she nods. You'll add, the power gained, though, is only temporary, and I think it is more of a high than it is an actual increase in strength, unless something else were to drain your essence. Whatever power we add to you beyond your natural 100% simply flows over and is lost to the ether over time. I could, however, see, I'm sure, some sort of draconic hedonist getting addicted.
You yourself said that you could see yourself advancing the potential of this in the future. I do not want that to happen.
He nods. Of course, once Tiamat is returned to the world, I don't think whatever we could do with this would matter anymore.
Once that happens, perhaps you may consider continuing the research. At that point, I see my goal complete, and perhaps my concerns won't be relevant then anymore. But for the time being, you've heard my will.
He nods.
Whenever you're ready, then.
It will take a little time. I think we should prepare a place in the Dragonfane rather than here.
Yes,
I
of
have
course.
noticed things changing about this. In small ways. I do think I might be observed.
That is not unlikely. I think we should move you into the Fane permanently.
My only concern there is and has always been potential Thayan visitors. If I am discovered, then they will be very motivated to stop me, and for good reason. And certainly, in a few years, they will be even more motivated should we succeed.
After your transformation, will you still be recognized?
I don't know. Perhaps not, considering. Though I might have to give up the robes for that much. It does bear potential. Way to hide, certainly.
As I'm concerned, hiding in plain sight is most effective.
Then I shall have my things moved. It is an unsettling feeling, knowing the ground has eyes.
Oh, it does, most certainly. I would even go so far as to suggest that you stay away from some of the lesser used areas of the Fane. Let alone a cave.
You say. We'll move to the Fane and prepare for the ritual. She's being very careful, because if this goes wrong, like, her face might melt off, or her bones might turn to fire or something. That would be very unfortunate. That said, yeah, she's also going to look at Lartanath and have him curiously look back. How is he going to be restrained?
I'm gonna leave that to Yanka to decide how and how much she thinks necessary. We can make that work. We can go from metal chains to leather straps. The Fane has everything for completely unrelated reasons.
I don't think leather straps are going to hold a dragon.
Depends on the quantity and the thickness.
I don't think Leatherstrap should hold a dragon.
Yeah, Yenka would prefer magic, obviously.
Bullet leather.
You've managed to hold a lich, so you can probably find a way to. Would have been some
Mithril
circles,
chains,
and,
though.
Oh, that would be fancy.
dress him up, all sorts of necklaces and rings, and then suddenly pull him, and then it's all. Ordneth doesn't like the idea of being all like tied up and magically restrained. That doesn't seem like something he enjoys. Then again, this opportunity to become king of the Dragonfane is really too much to say no to.
Well, I mean, he just has to lie down for some time, not doing anything, pondering his plans while being chained, but you know.
Test of patience, they say. Yeah. How does Vindictive feel as he gets ready to participate in the essence ritual?
Conflicted, perhaps, but he has decided that this should happen, so it will.
All right. Yeah. You know, does he feel afraid? I mean, it is sort of, if this was done, and before he gets another dragon's essence, Yaffle would die somewhere. He would not have the essence to fulfill the ritual, and he would just be drained and turned into a husk, like happened to the green dragon Emissary. Like, yeah, the time period between there is fairly small, but still, he is putting his life at risk.
Velignov rarely considers the consequences of failure. Which this would be. It would be a very inconvenient happenstance if those two events would align. But I don't think he really thinks about that. The main thought is, Yenka's done much, and good work needs to be rewarded. That has always been something he thinks about his people in general. If they do something great, then he is very generous.
Right, but that could just be done through a direct thing of not involving Velignith.
Sure, but then it would be some random green dragon rather than him bestowing his own power, which has far more meaning.
Does it?
To him,
Like,
sure.
Well, I'm just wondering, how much of the actual power of the ritual, from a metagame perspective, is actually going to be him, because it's not like he really has the energy to spare, because he's still taking it from the green dragon.
Yeah, but perhaps there isn't more to it rather than the thought that he himself is involved. But Veligraf considers himself to be a bit better than most other dragons.
It's a vanity project.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It would be far more sensible to just have this green dragon suck dry a bit and
willing to jeopardize the entire campaign into the vanity project. That sounds like us. You go ahead.
He's done that before. It's nothing new.
Yeah. It will happen, right? He'll feel the overwhelming sense of being drained, of his ability to act leaving him. Maybe he's laid down in a comfortable position or something, but it really is a very direct transfer here. A very unpleasant feeling turning into almost like a peaceful acceptance that, yes, this is it. There's nothing more in him, right? Much like when he collapses into the lethargy, except much faster and certainly more ruthlessly. It's quite clear that Yenka, being the second time she's doing this ritual, has not, she's not as good at whatever she's doing as the ritual is. So probably a lot more power goes to waste as well. He knows, and she knows at that moment that she's holding his soul in the bottom. Like she could just push it to drain all of it, then go drain the green dragon, and then go do whatever you do when you just did that. I guess run away because still not enough to defeat Faye, certainly.
Yeah, that would
But-
be the thing to do then.
But she makes the ritual requires performing it. So it was made to make half dragons, right? Not perhaps to make the caster into a half dragon, but maybe also third parties. And as she's done, just collapsing back, the end of it, both her and Malignant really unable to do anything for a bit. Yeah, she will eventually begin to move with a new sense of power, inner strength. In time, at least, remember Margot the Faceless, her skin will peel and scales will be present. In time, her eyes will change color, grow with the fire that's now inside. Her body will begin to change until it resembles what she is now, which is a half dragon. When this is done, it will be a week, 10 day, maybe even a little bit, like 12 days. But it's still just feeling terrible. I mean, there's no more power coming. Like he's gonna be, out before moving himself. He can still walk and such after all, into the chamber with Lardnath and having Yenka perform the ritual once more. This time taking Lardnath's draconic power, bringing it to Malignant. And I suppose you could say it tastes weird. Because Lardnath's power is that of a green dragon. It's poisonous. It is gas, right? Compared to Malignant's fiery heat. He's being given a blood type that isn't really his own. At that analogy. And though it's not like it's gonna really hurt him, it is clear to him as the ritual begins that this power is a foreign thing to him. It feels different to be a green dragon than a red dragon. The nature of this essence is different. You can maybe ponder a bit, because while Imizuri was enhanced, she's now for a while here double green dragon and double energy. But Ignor's gonna have the weird feeling of being, I mean, not more energized. He lost power and now he's replacing that, but he's replacing it with something that isn't himself, like something that is foreign to him. So I think a little bit of what could be like a temporary green dragon compulsion.
All right.
Whatever.
If he's now part red and part green dragon, is he now the elusive yellow dragon?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well,
Uh,
who knows?
Or-
The fact is, he will have two natures pulling at him, and he will know it, right? He knows what feels natural, what his natural instinct is. And it might just feel strange to have this other thing in him too, because it'll still feel right to act according to it, right? It's like it's natural to him. Perhaps a little bit like of his Sterilix having a black draconic essence influence his decisions, turning him into a bit of a cruel, lying trickster rather than the storyteller he originally was. Malignant too will now have sort of a an internal battle of natures until this power is drained and his own slowly grows up to replace it.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'll
how
think
he'd feel
about
about that, but Lord Nath is certainly out. As Vilignith begins to wake up. Seeing Yenka there, standing taller and stronger, she had gained age, and though she had magically tried to, you can do a lot of things to alleviate the passage of time, even if you can't stop it. He's standing taller, because what was becoming an advanced age is now nothing. Half-Dragon. She's got several hundred years now, more in her. Stands taller. Maybe her nails have grown out, her fingers turning crooked. I don't have another token for her right now, but maybe around her sort of edges of her face, you can see the slightly dried and peeling skin, revealing bits of red glistening scale underneath. A strange sensation for a person to have. Maybe a bit of a body horror-ish. But, might as well get used to it. Not going away.
All right.
What is his reaction?
I think this has generally become incredibly patient to the point where if he is confronted with something he doesn't quite understand, there's two reactions. Either smash it immediately, which in this case would be philosophically difficult, or ponder it for a very, very long time, although like a medium time in Dragon time, I suppose. He would probably take up his spot on the plateau of the Dragonfane again and just listen to himself, basically. See what he feels, see how that feels. He went into that probably considering that something that like that might happen. But he considers his own will strong to the point where that was irrelevant to him, obviously. Now it turns out it might not be. It's not a bad thing that it's happening.
He
Might
wants
be.
differently.
Yeah. He enjoys if others have a heavily opposed opinion to his. He enjoys the conflict of opinions, and now he has that himself. What does that even mean? He'll think about that.
All right. Yeah. Consider what his compulsion would be if Vilignith was a green dragon. Maybe we can circle back to that. Chance to.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Well, that I was like, oh, I could just get that fucking purple dragon that's creepy and like aberrant, serves the aberrants. No one will mind. Now I'm like, I don't know if I want purple tentacle dragon influence on me.
You just gotta go fetch it down there in the Underdark.
Like,
and then convince Vilignith to allow the ritual to go through.
I mean, it's fun
like,
because the purple dragon's compulsion is to always seek deeper below the ground. So that would be a creepy compulsion to wake up with.
yeah. That's certainly not something that Vesicatrix is into.
But she would be.
She would be, right? Yeah.
All the answers
All right.
can be found just deeper into the dark crusts of the black earth.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sure some answers could be found down there, but they're not my questions. So.
Oh. So what is Vesicatrix doing? Now we've seen what the two others have been up to.
Yeah, it's been a good 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ari might still be on the let factions actually fucking act phase.
Fair.
I'll I'll see. One of my plans was to scout out the purple dragon, but I'm gonna put. I'll.
I can tell you simply. If you go look for him, you don't find signs that he's here.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose it went deeper.
Back to wherever it came from, probably. Whatever news it
Yeah.
found. There's a reason to
Yeah,
be
I
there.
guess she would because, like, I mean, we don't have to play it out, but she doesn't know, right? So.
Yeah.
To her mind, it's like, okay, Benedictus seems really, really opposed. There was something about some weird purple dragon. You know, something like that seems like. Surely that doesn't really count as a dragon anymore since it has been like. Okay, it's gone. Well, I mean.
How would Vercingetorix react when a group of Commission prospectors arrive nearby, essentially looking for the bridge that once crossed the river here? You know, investigating how difficult it would be to repair, store it. Maybe even like camping out there by the river.
I mean. That seems like. They should not. Why are they here? I mean, to rebuild a bridge, I suppose.
They didn't
Is
even
that not
announce
where
themselves to you. They didn't
where
even
the
like
group?
offer
Yeah, I was like,
tribute.
do they come? Like, are they just like walking past
They
my
seem
big
to
fort?
be entirely unaware that you exist.
I mean, on
Is that
one
a
hand, I'm
compliment or
offended,
an
but yeah,
insult?
I'm like, I mean, I am the sneaky dragon who likes to be incognito. Yeah, suppose that's fine. She'll definitely keep watch. Also, is that not where the grow is?
I was about to say, will you intervene, knowing that they're probably going to get eaten in the night by trees?
Oh. And they didn't. Well, they don't know that I'm here.
Seemingly not now.
I mean, why would she care? Hashtag their problem, right?
Well, because one of my other things that I wanted to do actually was try and resolve that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if more bodies here, like if they want to spend some of their resources trying to fight it, or I mean, get eaten now, like that's not. So the question is, do I feel like it would empower the Grove?
I mean, there's not that many people here, so
So not
much
really.
difference from what it already is.
Yeah, seems like not my problem. And again,
fair.
it's like even if they don't know there's a powerful dragon here, I mean, there's still clearly a military like you know the Ilford is like it's. This is how she mentioned it. It's just like they could have presented themselves like seen if there was any plans to then maybe, but just marching here, no, that's not.
All right.
No, she'll let them be eaten.
Sure. Well, Rubith, you were making a message for Engelsbeck, but when will that be sent off?
It'll probably be a 10-day after Velignith leaves with Lardneth. She thinks about who the best person would be to present the message, and so it ends up being Novacree on like a personal, like magical flying mount, as the mouthpiece of Emissary Ledrithir, the dastardly liar himself, the duplicitous bastard. as her personal voice to head to heaven, to present her message to the Dragon King of Termish. As for the message itself, who knows how Nova Cree might freestyle, but what she actually has to say directly is to the cunning tactician Anglispark, Dragon King of Termish and son of Anglithos. I write in the spirit of our long-standing relationship and mutual cooperation, as recently solidified at the Dragon Fane. I have already informed the Shu of Nathlek of our arrangement, and they will be receptive to your caravans. They are heartened by the arrival of your vassals at the flooded forest to clear the savage beasts plaguing their land. I witnessed their arrival at Assam, and I applaud how you have trained them to coordinate. I regret, however, to inform you of the overzealousness exhibited by a particular vassal. Lardnef insulted me by failing to recognize my magnificence while on the hunt in the region. He delivered the further insult by attacking me during my hunt. I have not permanently injured your servant, but his actions reflect poorly upon you and I both, so I cannot allow his slights to go unpunished. I have thus appropriated Lardnef and assigned him to perform humiliating labor. I endeavor for his training to instruct him on how to recognize and treat his betters. I wish you well in our mutual struggles. I look forward to our future collaborations, unmarred by complications. And these are Elidrithir, Elder of the Emerald Enclave.
Getting to sign Elder. Yeah. Nova Cree will return. But Anglispark listened and didn't take any action.
He also will be presented with a reciprocal gift. Years back, Anglispark delivered 1,000 gold pieces in sapphires, and he will be receiving 1,000 gold pieces in emeralds.
Oh, nice. That's good. Some respect there. Yeah, Anglispark obviously isn't happy, but he figures that 2 dragons can probably also accomplish this beast hunt just as well, and figures that eventually his servant will come back. At least the servant didn't try to, abandon its post. Something like that.
Servant has a new post soon.
All right, it was just important to know when this would happen, because otherwise he would begin to look around to see if he could find out what happened. But this is sufficient. Yeah.
All right. Vasigatrix would like to call the party line. Or really just leave the message that she intends to try and get rid of the murderous grove. Yeah, just putting it out there. Any reason that she shouldn't do it, and maybe establish a bridge across.
I don't have any stake or care one way or the other. I disavowed myself of it as a player, and my character certainly did when she moved to the hill and then moved away to the Gulfmere. Save the trees, no.
Yeah, I think Valignus' answer will be not dissimilar. Basically, him going, "Oh yeah, I forgot about those, and sorry about the bridge. It happened a while ago. It seemed like the right idea to destroy that at the time."
And why was it destroyed?
Well, to stop the trees from walking all over the place. Because back then, destroying the trees themselves seemed a much larger hassle.
Yes, as a metagame note for viewers who may have forgotten, Valignus wanted to protect Worm's Hamlet from the murderous Grove Tree rampage, and so he destroyed the bridge that the trees were using to cross over. Worm's Hamlet is no longer exists. What people were left in that kind of got cast aside by the lizard folk. I'm sure.
All right, great. I just wanted both me and Vasigatrix just like, oh no, there's a really good reason before I start building a bridge, and then people are like, hey, wait. Yeah.
No, metagame wise, the bridge no longer exists because of the trees and protecting Worm's Hamlet.
Yeah, turns out, oddly enough, the path of least resistance was no bridge.
You know, I agree. Vesicatrix is finding herself in like a bit of a conundrum. She wants to like get rid of this like Death King by doing the ritual, but like as long as there's not a solution for them falling into like the lethargy, she's not gonna be poking like a big epic thing because that seems like a bad idea if she's going to sleep for 20 years.
Right.
So she's sort of sitting in wait.
Yeah,
She's
you
like,
can see the story there. Like, hell yeah, I recreated the runes at like the ruined
Yeah.
watchtower.
Now
Oh
go
no,
to
Yassel's
sleep.
current form died.
Like it's like, oh, we could go back and like maybe close down that portal or back to that tomb. Well, that's sort of dependent on the others and especially Vindictive, and he didn't seem very pleased last time. So she's like, okay, well, looking around, okay, well, looking to the fucking avatar of Nabanyan, that seems like a lot to do. And then she looks to the other side and it's like, you know what? Those trees are mean and they should not be here.
Sure. I mean, yeah, they're scary, dangerous, people-eating trees, but she's an epic level black murder dragon, and they don't like her faction. There's a lot of these trees, and destroying them, being like a human, is actually very difficult. You know, a sword is only so effective at just chopping
Oh,
into wood.
fire.
But as a dragon, she can land in these like spots where they are and just rip them apart. Like her claws cut straight through this wood, and acid can melt them without trouble. Essentially, pretty much all things she's gonna meet there are minions to her. Or like minions which are composite swarms of other minions. So it's not like there really is a fight there. Or something you dedicate yourself to.
I will.
That's what
And I want to take the golden heart for myself.
Sure.
If I can, like, in any way find it or, like...
Yeah, you know, maybe we can cut to breaking and smashing one of these, like groves. Like, it's mostly like pine trees. And as you break them, like these insects sort of spill out from within where they've been nesting. Seemingly loving these great stuff. And certainly
Oh,
the wood.
hey! Is it the red flies that I didn't understand where were from?
Yeah.
Fuck!
Biting and like biting and ripping into these trees, they taste delicious. Just
Oh, it's
wonderful.
drugs.
Like you rip apart one of these trees, and for a moment it's like, yeah, this feels right. No? Just it's great.
Normally I like killing things that bleed, but like this is pretty good.
Yeah,
Like
they bleed like some like honey thick,
they sort
almost
of
like a
bleed.
sap. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Candy.
yeah, could you be a saving throw?
I mean, if she finds her mind like influenced and she recognizes it, she's just gonna start using her claws. But
Yeah.
I totally will. No.
You know, I suppose to Vesicatrix, it tastes like sweet revenge. Not in the way that Shar would give revenge, which is sort of an empty hunger for death. More like satisfaction, you know? Somehow, smashing these trees and biting them and such, each one of them is in the moment of sweet destruction. It's Yaffle.
Oh well, they're all going. I was determined to crush this grove, but now it is obliterated.
And not even
Because that's
just
not anything she can get anywhere else.
exactly, not even just that. It's like she doesn't even have to really break them to get it. Just biting draining them and then biting the next one seems to do the trick really well.
No, that's not. See
Right,
it
right.
done, right?
Yeah. Let's see, like a thing of her standing in like a broken, smashed bill, covered in this sort of golden stickiness, while bees are swarming all around because they seem to love it too.
They also like sweet revenge. I
Yeah.
knew they were evil.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's going on.
A drug dragon, another kind of drug. I mean, we've gone so far. It's not even once.
That's how revenge goes. And while that's going on, though, we can get to some of the what other factions have got doing. They also must be doing things. Yeah. Griffith, have you done the policing this year?
No.
Would you like to?
See, if I do the policing, I don't get to benefit from the Lords of the Gulfmere +2 bonus dice. Whereas if I don't do the policing and someone comes at the Gulfmere, I do get the benefit from the +2 bonus dice. Griffith taps forehead at GM. In short, no. I won't do the policing.
All right.
I approve of that line of thought. If I don't prepare, I can smash them better.
If I don't prepare, I get my Lords of the Gulfmere bonus dice.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. It will be evident, however. This will actually be somewhat late in the year. So. And there's another thing that happens first. Foreshadows it. And that is that early this year, the fleet of Umberlee will set out and sail away. They've intimidated Westgate for a while now and have pretty much proven their point. The temple in Westgate to Umberlee, which certainly exists and has always been active, is more popular than ever, and people are afraid. And that's really sort of the goal they were going for. Now, who hasn't been really afraid are these shadow people to the north. They have not really. I mean, sure, they will pay lip service, but that's not really what Umberlee's looking for. Umberlee's not looking for, oh, we'll just pay them some coins and they will go away. Umberlee's looking for people being desperate for a way to appease her. That seems to be what Everter High Castle is going to try to accomplish. He will set sail up north here, leaving these waters. This quickly, of course, prompts a series of ships that had been waiting, trying to hopefully wait them out before going. This is, after all, a pirate fleet that does not apologize when they take your boat. So, yeah, perhaps it's a chance to get out. Of course, paying your dues to Umberlee. A month or so, a couple 10 days after this news and them actually having left, though, the Emerald Enclave report that members of it have gone missing. People who visit the coastal regions, I mean, there are druids who specialize in coastal affairs and even sort of being at the edge of the water, right? Mostly not here into the Sea of Fallen Stars. The Sea of Fallen Stars is not great sort of druid territory, really. Somewhat a messed up sea. Oh. But yeah, people have been disappearing. Not in huge numbers, but here and there, someone just isn't there anymore. in the south, of course, the two dragons of Anglespark will finish mostly clearing up this place, only to find out that it doesn't really stop, and will thus be somewhat annoyed or frustrated in a way. They thought there was like a pack of something that they got to hunt down, but now these things keep going, keep coming, and it is making their job take a lot longer than it should. They stay down here, and unless you sort of go talk to them, they don't really have the luxury of leaving too. Caravans do try to move north, though not as much caravans as just two here. Down to Assam, as they wish to trade with Nathlan, only to then go back to Termish. The passage under the mountains hasn't really been like proven to currently work, and so they won't really move further north. Maybe someone will move south. The lack of a bridge also makes it difficult to move goods, since there is not really a ferry service or anything either. You sort of just gotta fort the bridge, which is difficult if you got a whole thing full of silk. The one river water and that stuff. Velignith. Your people, or rather, not the Dragonbane actually. It's mostly Thunderhome. I suppose also the Dwarven Watchtower is like the place that would be people. And actually, to some degree, Vercingetorix's people down in the south. I mean, these southern tribes, they don't really report everything because they're too chaotic, not really. But just keep an eye on things. And
she definitely has like some people there, you know.
And both amongst the dwarves and there are people having frequent headaches. It's clear that something is affecting them. Though what exactly it is, I'm unsure. People report nightmares. Same time, the sort where they wake up suddenly and then don't really remember what it was, except that it was bad and terrible. And then headaches continuously for a long time afterward.
And it's a lot of people reporting this.
It is. I mean, yeah. If you look into it, I mean, again, probably less with Vercingetorix, just by the nature of her people, right? And more Velignith. It's clear that it seems to target people who are generally well informed of what's happening around, decision makers, people of import, but also just some random people.
I mean, for Velignith's part, the first thing he would do is not really investigate where it's coming from, because he's pretty sure he knows where it's coming from. Try to figure out a way to oppose it, I suppose.
What's do about that?
I mean, he's got some magic capable folk below him. He's gonna tell them to go about it. Probably adding some of his own, uniquely divine magic perspective that may help. But this is not really.
He's got people. Give me an espionage then.
Espionage. That is
hidden information.
Which stats is that again? Influence and
money, I believe. Let me just check.
Yeah, let me.
Yes, influence and treasury.
Thank you.
About reach and resources.
I have some of those. And I did say Valin would himself be involved in that once he is recovered. Double 3, double 2.
Yeah, it's a magical effect. It seems to, if it has a target, come from below. Its type appears to be the after effects of some sort of divination. But I think with threes, that's probably the best you're going to get. As exactly how to stop it, they're unsure. Do what you normally do with divination, perhaps? There's something about lead walls and such. That certainly would make these people unable to really perform their duties when they're locked in a room. Beyond that, some might also suggest just leave the mountains and they should be fine. At least in the past, that is a reasonable assumption.
That's not really satisfactory.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, see, I want to say that Vesicatrix, because she is a paranoid dragon, but she's also right now getting hopped up on killing trees,
Mhm.
But I think if it's something that is consistently, like, she herself has wards against scrying on her own place, right?
It's not in her. It's not in the Ilford.
No, but she's uniquely paranoid of that happening again.
Mhm.
Because that started the whole thing. I think she would seek out Burr.
Sure.
To see if he has any opinions. I know he's not like a decision maker necessarily, but he is one of the leaders in the area, and she figures he's also quite strong of mind for, you know.
Mystic Burr. Yeah, paraphrase that. It's probably a little bit annoying to talk to, being a holistic sort of awakened bugbear. But yeah, you'll see that a few of his people have. Seems that whoever targets them does not go for the goblins. Nor do they consider him to apparently be of any great import. Thus, he has not been targeted by some attacks. Perhaps
Good.
whoever's doing it is looking for something they cannot find within themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
Being away from these trees, though, Cicatrix feels certainly like she feels irritable and like itchy in a way.
well, it's like I could be killing Yaffle over and over again, or I could deal with people having headaches. Like, guys. But then she remembers the scry, which makes her want to kill Yaffle more, of course. Yeah, okay. She'll well, that is troubling.
In other news, yeah, too long. Yeah, Severius begins slowly his campaign against Cormyr. He's not ready to do a full-out war. After all, there has been no current distraction for Cormyr, and he doesn't want to commit his power to be the person who takes the brunt of this attack. That's supposed to be other people. But he has inspired, or rather through his intermediaries, inspired several tribes of lizard folk. Swamps here between the Sunset Mountains and the Stormhorns. to begin harassing Proscore in the north and any villages and trading posts along the mountain route. Now, that is not currently the route that is the most use, which also might contribute to why that is his first target. Sort of easy wins. Beyond that, the Black Dragons are seen just sort of, again, terrorizing the countryside. Staying away from cities, keeps, or any major military targets, but just sort of making people miserable by being around, and in a way forcing Cormyr to take some sort of action to stop them. However you stop harassing angry black dragons around. Essentially, when Cormyr attempts things, there will now be a minimum difficulty on that. If they fail that minimum difficulty, then a black dragon saw its chance and sabotage whatever it is they're trying to accomplish. Severius himself staying in deep in his big swamp. No army can really march in there. He's a manager. Anglespark is happy with creating this trade route at the moment. Participates. All right. Maybe in response to what's happening, maybe not. So Belignith is still, he's still the Dragon Fang, and for the most part, right?
Yeah, currently I think so.
The Dragon Fang will have visitors. Some he might consider unlikely, perhaps, but it is, well, I think he has met people like this before. It is a pairing along with a retinue. And they show up bearing a purple banner on which a purple dragon it is a purple dragon knight and a Cormyrian war mage.
That is an unexpected visitation of the Fane for sure.
How does he receive them?
Like anyone else, as long as they adhere to the Fane's rules.
Yeah, they don't seem to be here to upset things. If he is in the middle of the Fane as he has sort of made a habit of just sort of sitting there being a statue, they will approach directly and await his, attention.
He'll be in the center, sort of looking at them, but he doesn't make any move to initiate the conversation here.
If he looks at them, that's really enough for them. Yeah, the knight was Belignith. He'll introduce himself, actually. But he'll introduce himself and the war mage and say that we have arrived here from Tizir, where we are part of the garrison in Cormyr, helping keep the peace in that city. It has long been debated what should happen with it going forward. And we understand that you have a strong opinion on the matter. We are here to discuss it and to hopefully find a way that we can exist peacefully together on this coast. To that end, the two of us would request a chance to stay here at this Fane to observe what happens around here, to document it, and to bring this account back to Tizir and to Cormyr. So it may be used to assess you and this place in general. The hope is that we will be able to sway factions at home that might resist any working with you, and through that assuage their fears of the future of Tizir, should any dialogue be opened.
Valignith will let out a. Oh, I've got something stuck in my throat. Will let out a low grumble as he listens to this purple dragon knight talk. Sort of neutral expression. He then says as he's ready, I have no objections of you staying here. It is a place of communication, after all. However, I don't believe I've made myself as clear as you are seeming to imply. I see Cormyr's influence on the southern shores of the Lake of Dragons to be unacceptable. If Cormyr were to retreat fully and leave Tizir as an independent or under my control, as it deserves to be, then I could consider positive relations with Cormyr. I have heard that Cormyr has a lot of trouble recently, none of which I am involved in at this very moment. I see your approach here as an obvious attempt to cover your weakness, although I do have to say that I do approve of your direct communication. You come here to see what the Dragonfane and I are all about, what threat I may pose, and how you may be able to appease me. I appreciate that direct contact. However, I'm uncertain what argument or offer would convince me that Cormyrian influence at the southern shore is acceptable. It is my territory.
Right, well, and should we find that we have no objections to the way in which you protect, nurture territory, there is a potential future where we cooperate to together ensure the independence of Tizir, without the need for any Cormyrian forces in the city.
I see.
That, of course, all depends on what we see here, what we can report back. I have
You may stay
told an
here,
oath
of course.
of honesty, and to see justice served wherever I can deliver it. In that, you can entirely trust that I will be good guest, and abuse your hospitality, but also that I will report the honest truth.
Yes, the honest truth as seen through your eyes, although I suppose I have no objections. I mean, the worst that your visit can do is nothing. While I would certainly prefer simply seeing Cormyrian troops move away.
Good. We anticipate this being a lengthy affair, and will be sending reports magically from inside the vein, if that is at all possible.
I have no objections. May I suggest that you even go so far as to not just stay at the Fane, but visit Thunderhome. It is a settlement under my control, and I am sure that its state will convince you that Tizir would be better off under my patronage. Considering that the alternative is that I destroy it, of course.
If we are allowed to move freely within your domain, then we will.
I'll make sure you have an escort for you not to get lost, you see. But they will not restrict your travel much.
That's yeah, they will certainly go and get the Dragonfane for the time being. They have a lot of questions and things they want to look around. They don't really trust the initial site, right? They got to be here long enough for the routine to be here, even though they are also here.
I think before they leave, though, Wellingham will leave another comment, as he'll say. Oh, and before you leave, do be aware that I have certain associations that so far have been more accommodating and, well, not exactly polite, but acting with the proper respect I deserve, to which I've agreed to certain terms. I'm talking about Severus, of course, who's currently making your life a bit more difficult than usual, I believe. I do not intend to retract my word. That is not who I am. Perhaps that is lesson 1 for you to learn about me.
You. They don't like Cyprius the monster, obviously, but not like the two of them could fight him. More than that, they're here to find out this information. Who is it? What does he do? Would he be trusted not to slash and burn everything so that Cormier could focus on other, perhaps more immediate threats? Who knows? But they intend to stay here for a while. Pick up whatever. Beyond that, we have, of course, our somewhat confused Thayans back in Westgate. It's been a wild ride with these dragons. They came, they went somehow, and what exactly happened with them? Not to say. What is not to say is that they have taken the opportunity to strengthen their grip. After all, it's clear that the city's nobles couldn't really defend themselves as easily, and they are happy to receive Comirio. Probably also that. To receive Thayan protection. This means that there's more Thayans, more Gnolls at least, in Westgate. Gnolls, ruthless and sort of brutal enough to make sure their locals really get in their way. Beyond that, it's not like they actually want to annex Westgate. They don't have any ambitions about turning it into sort of Thayan culture or anything. They just kind of want control of it and are beginning to focus on gaining the information that runs through the city pretty much from anywhere in the world. It is a city of rogues and thieves, and if you're in control of those, then you'll begin to have quite the reach. They don't directly oppose the Night Masks or their return to the streets here, and there will be a question for Vercingetorix, sort of the official supporter of in the city. What should be their approach to the Thayans? Should they work with them? Should they try to resist them? Of course, fighting them directly would be dangerous, but working with them could also be problematic for us.
Yeah, I would say don't work with them. But like I don't expect them to just like sucker punch them in the eye, you know?
Get out of the Thayan way, basically.
Hmm?
You're telling the Night Masks to get out of the way when they arrive?
I mean, depending on where they arrive, like
Yeah, all right. They will take a standoffish approach, trying to grow
Yeah.
stronger in the underground while leaving the surface
Yeah.
too. Sethaston, enjoys this approach too. It sort of allows him to use what he has, not lose what he has. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I think we can probably begin to move towards the end of the year. Everyone's beginning to do things. As we arrive there, Sigurd having spent quite a lot of time now, beginning to maybe get the feeling that if Visigatrix breaks all these groves, like, that's kind of like letting Yaffel's soul go, right? If there's no more revenge, and then what's the point even? If this whole thing is accomplished, then what's next? Would you give me another saving throw? This is definitely like a mind affecting. Have anything else?
Yeah. I will.
You begin to maybe have a moment of I mean, it just feels so damn right to eat this stuff, and to be near it, and to have it on you, and to the point where you will recognize that it is beginning to change your compulsion. Your draconic compulsion is normally to see it done. In this case, it become different. Something about these trees, I mean, that they become the source of your happiness, really. Contentment when you're around them. You don't really need anything else in the world. How does Pacific react to this sort of this feeling of having a moment of maybe not really recognizing, feeling that maybe things are okay?
I think that makes her incredibly angry. I think for a while she's like puzzled because happiness, like, I don't like, she understands the emotion of satisfaction, but happiness is not, like, what does that even mean? Everything she wants she doesn't have. And now she has it, and that feels great until she realizes that it's not the real thing, right? Uh, but yeah, I mean, is she still affected, or does she sort of shake out of it, or
It seems
enough
to
to?
be something that stays with you for a bit. Um, it is an incredibly addictive substance,
Mm,
to the point where most things just sort of don't really stop it, just
right.
go along with it. Um, and certainly she's had enough now that she can sort of smell where it is, and as soon as she begins to move into the areas covered by the groves, she just feels more at home than anywhere else. Like, it's not swampy, it's not wet, it's sort of dry pine wood, but it's just right. And she can recognize now that that might be a foreign feeling, but is that so bad? Another part of her says, maybe that's okay. Maybe just living in these woods is fine. Protecting them for anything that might hurt them. Preserving this eternal paradise. Feeling good.
I think that might be the like final like shake. It's like protecting is so far from protecting anything. Like the oh, this precious life. Like it, she is unknowingly destined to hunt gods. Like, she's like, this is truly not who she is.
Mhm.
And I think as she realizes that more and more, she'll retract for a bit, which is probably hard.
Mhm.
But she cannot accept anything influencing her mind. Um, and I think as she mostly does react to things, it's just with anger. Uh, but how do you smash the trees without going back in there, you know?
Yeah. At this point, make the long story short, she can find that there is a central grove, a place that seems to have had these trees for the longest, and where the trees are a bit different, because in the middle of it, there is a massive, really warped and twisted, and covered in this sort of amber-like droplets of dried, like, stuff.
Hmm.
It seems to have crevices that maybe once opened like a maws, but now they're full of honeycomb, where bees are buzzing around, big and fat. Happy.
So basically, it's slowly turning like the corrupted things back.
Not sure what it does, but you know,
Oh Lord.
yeah, you can imagine all these little crevices here being full of bees as
Honey.
well.
Yeah.
Well, honey, sap, who really knows? The many pine needles and such around here has sort of a almost like a gilded amber color, even as they've been moving down around.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, that seems to be a sign that she's closer to her goal, though.
Hmm. Yeah, this is the center of it.
Yeah, well, it'll be destroyed then.
Right. As she moves down to destroy it, or to how like is it acid from above? I mean, that seems to be the
Yes,
question.
it's she's still cowardly, dragon.
Mhm.
Yes, you know.
I mean, why land when you can just sort of
Acid from 4 squares above.
yeah. The tree unfolds in a strange way, warping almost organically, and reaching up higher than you'd think was possible. The acid does spray down on it, and it hisses and boils and burns the bark away and explodes little bees in an incredibly sweet smelling, like steam or like liquefied mist comes up. Just delightful. Um, as from the center of this thing, as it unfolds, comes almost like a person growing out of the wood and reaching up a hand, just to almost like reaching to embrace for Sigurd. And stop, please. No more. You've already done such damage to me.
Who are you? Are you the one who have been affected my mind?
No, no, not directly. I desire only to be allowed to live with my love. what you found, what you have tasted, is it is merely a flicker of what I feel in the moments when I am here with him together. Once I was below, and now I protect him as he once protected me. But you're powerful, and you're high. Once I tasted fire, and now this sort of hissing, burning trees, like branches falling off of it. I wish no harm. I wish just to be left here.
Your grove. It eats people.
Once, perhaps, the wood was made to do so. But now it needs to. It is the only way to keep my love alive. He was dying, you see, and this was the way to save him. He finds nourishment from the tree, and I feed it to ensure he can continue.
Is he the golden heart? Or is
Golden
it you?
Heart. You can call me by any name you wish. It does not really matter to me.
The secretary's like squints. This is not what she expected.
If you are looking for wealth or the like, I have collected some for just this case. Travelers bring it, but I have no use for it. Is that what you would like?
Can you move the grove?
I can expand it in whichever direction they find flesh. If you wish, we could plant more. There are many cones from around here. Plant them upon a living person, and they will sprout into a tree. It then can continue to grow the grove elsewhere. Once a place is well enough developed, I might be able to move to it.
I think the secretary will like um, narrow her eyes. I made you move before by force. Don't think I can't do it again.
I have not moved. I have been here the entire time. Perhaps you have destroyed others, some of the grove's outgrowths. I am not all of them. I am just me.
Do you control them?
As the wind controls where fallen leaves may land.
So yes.
If that is what you want to hear. The cicatrix is stunned.
I think she's like trying to figure out whether it would be more beneficial to try and squeeze this person for not necessarily wealth. I mean that too, but also like if she can get something out of it, or it's better to just destroy them and
As it
like,
happens, the cicatrix doesn't have to choose now, because this is a tree, and it doesn't really go anywhere, it seems.
yeah.
The big one is growing really big. Like it's growing more than you would expect from a tree. Way more than it even was once. If this continues, someday it could be big enough to sort of have be visible from very far away. Gilded pine needles sort of slowly falling upon it.
And it's where exactly? Like, is it right
It's
where
like
the
over
bridge
here.
is?
It's a bit into the hills, though it certainly is located close enough to the bridge, almost decidedly as if someone put it there in order to make
Make
the
traveling
travel
hard.
past difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm torn. Seems like part of me is like, seems like it could be a great natural defense if I want to like build a wall around, you know. But sadly, it also will kill my people.
I really seem to care much for who's who, but I mean, clearly some living things can live if they just consume the sap.
Yeah, but I need my people loyal to me, not, drugs.
She can sell it, market it.
Hmm.
Yeah, the people would still be loyal to her if she gave them the drugs,
Yeah,
right?
if she get
Right, right. And like imagine what it can be to export like that drug. And so she becomes the only provider of that on like a regional scale and then bigger than that.
a drug lord.
Yes, a monopoly on a drug.
It is
Hmm.
incredibly addictive. That's right.
It's
You've seen what it does to people. Like you've seen what it could do to Verzicatrix. Like now, imagine like hooking people on that. What they might do for you in exchange.
and it's really easy to sell. It's all organic. It's without supplements.
Like
It's
Yeah,
vegan.
like
good
like
for the
like
climate.
like Elm literally did that. They're fucking like ale like mugs that they fucking like you could just like easily get there.
People loved Elm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
except for one bitter dwarf woman.
Well, they did not consider her well in the baking competition. She did not forget.
Oh, I love dwarfs. Their pettiness.
Yeah, that city did sort of seduce her husband away from her. So,
Oh, well.
damn city.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. And I think those are like the cicatrix is like, okay, well, I mean,
Well, I can tell you, you can come back tomorrow and burn that tree if you want.
Yeah.
You could put it off till next session
Yeah.
if you
Yeah, I will.
I'll get a bit more
But you
time.
know, becoming a drug lord is very you know,
like what's the
secret
path to-
criminal.
I mean, like, imagine the wealth you could have and the power you could gain in Westgate alone. Like,
Well, also she considered, like, I mean, mostly they were annoying because they were there, but she was like, oh, people want to build trade here. I could capitalize on that. Now it's like, what if I could capitalize and have it not be right next to my home? Like,
but the closer it is to your home, though, the greater control you can exert over it.
no, I mean, like, if I have the drug here, but export it, like, sell it in Westgate, then, you know, the crazy people are not close to me. Whereas if I have trade, they'll have to walk right past.
You want them to walk right past. That you can give them like the drug as they go, so they can carry it all the way like to the Sword Coast and the Termite.
No,
And the
Yeah.
world.
the world. Everyone.
Consider it.
Yes,
The time. That's it.
drugs. I'll
Yeah.
write that in capital
Um,
letters.
Yeah, I think that is we've sort of moved through the major world events. There is one more thing that'll happen late in that is, since Relictus has moved his Thayans away from this patch out in the out near the City of the Dead, the dwarves of the Dwarven Watchtower over here and the hobgoblins of the Southern Fort down here will both report, basically, seeing like silhouettes in the distance, just sort of out of the corner of your eye. Like, you see an odd rock that sort of looks enough like a stone giant that you think it might be one. But when you double check, there just there just isn't a rock. Leading them to believe that they're being spied upon.
Yeah, I think they're correct.
Yeah.
We need some goddamn dragon juice, and then we fucking murder, set those rituals up, and be forever done with the Death King.
Well, in order for you to do that, you actually have to have a conversation with Valignip to convince him.
Yes. That is true.
Maybe that's
Yeah,
something
you
the
know what?
Cicatrix could sort of think of. Oh wait, all this happy juice made me forget all about the actual happy juice.
Yeah, you know. There was something, you know. Fairly certain that Emmy didn't have this. Oh yeah, wait. Does the Cicatrix also get these creepy reports, or is it mostly Valignif?
I mean, she would, right? Again, it's less reliable and sort of more scattered, but
Yeah.
for her it would be this place.
Yeah.
The actual sort of watchtower seems to have been watched.
Who watches the Watchtower?
The watchtower.
And now she needs to have a watchtower.
The watchtower watcher.
Watcher. Yes.
Okay. I think William would react to the reports with some more active policing of the area. That seems prudent.
Okay, sure.
Like if they see a shape, you know what you need to do to find out what it is
Smack
slash
it.
was. Just be quick and smash it. Yeah. See what it is.
Good at it.
What stats is policing?
Might and sovereignty.
Thank you. He will not participate himself. Double 8s, double 4s. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Eight. as these people will with that confirm and begin denying the ability to keep an eye on him. It appears to indeed be that stone giants have been keeping an eye on him. For whatever purpose.
Do I need to renew my policing down here
every
as
year.
well? Well, it's
Every
is
year.
it a new year from
Yeah,
last I played?
Yes.
Okay, well then I will as well. What is it again? Might and
Right.
Might and
sovereignty?
sovereignty.
Power to exercise force and your people's loyalty. Seven
Triple
remain
7, double 1. Yeah.
That is irrelevant. Rolls off screen. All right, yeah. You also move up and begin to protect yourself by. I think let's just get rid of them when they stand there watching.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, start moving about stuff that could be trick the eye. Like there's
I
no
think
boulders to hide about.
both of you have good enough here that you'll begin to. Your people will give you an assessment of what this enemy is trying to do. It appears they're testing your readiness. How long does it take for your people to respond to them? And what sort of force are is your people capable of bringing at a short notice? What is the reaction to different types of approach? These are questions that seem to be probed at various places. Essentially, I suppose, look for weak points or exploitable strategies.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll make Vesicatrix call Valignif. You know. Sulking is all good, but this sucks. And she has already made the ritual that, you know, would be able to maybe stop this.
Okay. I mean, Villeneuve is all for stopping this.
Yeah, I think she's like, well, I suppose, has she heard that Cormier people are staying in the fucking Fane?
Probably at this point.
Oh, right. Well, it'll be
Grimms is
ascending
going to come
stone.
here with the player sort of message that you wouldn't want to talk about how you're going to defeat the undead stone giant while in the mountains where the dragon fane's located.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even for sending stone? God.
I mean, we still have to. Like,
You would tell Valignif to go to you.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, she'll invite him for a meeting concerning these attempts to probe at their troops in the mountains, which she assumes that if she's been targeted, so has Valignif.
Sure, he'll come over.
I do enjoy how begrudging that is. I guess you could fucking come over.
Yeah.
Just the little thing. Valignif comes in. Vesicatrix smells a little bit like elm.
Huh.
That's
Probably a
sweet
side
and-
effect of the green dragon essence.
Sweet, wonderful fragrance.
It's like, oh, I guess I have a weird smell now.
Everything looks just a bit flowery. He's ever so slightly more inclined to appease people, to compromise.
Maybe
have a
this is
chat.
how Emissary Leaderthir smells Worsicatrix all the time.
Yeah,
Oh, this is great.
Hmm.
that
Great
would
smell.
explain so much.
It smells like burning a giant tree and having the excellent sort of wafting smells come up.
Like ashen. Oh yeah, I mean, hey, it smells different to everyone. It's great. Yeah, she'll look to him. Velignef.
Worsicatrix.
I have been made aware that several attempts at spying has been going on in the mountains.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm unsure what we can do against it other than speed up your efforts to repair the rituals across the mountains. I'm quite frankly not entirely sure how I can assist you in that, but I will absolutely endeavor to do so.
I have gained the necessary ritual to do it. However, I feel the lethargy coming soon. I will admit, I do not dare provoke him if I am to be weakened for another decade or two, or however long it is.
I understand that should not be a problem then. Although, I would ask your advice in this particular matter. I know you know that Emmy has had something done to her that will oppose the lethargy for a time. I intend the same thing to happen to both you and myself.
Oh, good.
I, I'm not entirely happy about it, but putting the purpose of it into the right context, which most definitely includes opposing the Death King as well, there's no reasonable reason why I can't justify being opposed to it, considering the what it would do, what it would give us, what we could do with it. I just cannot. Now, there's a twist I want to put it on it, however. I want to use the ritual that is required for this to transfer the power to us as an initiation of sort. I'm looking for successors to manage the Dragonflame for me, and their initiation will be to give us the energy we need to support the Fane, which includes destroying the Death King, which includes opposing Yaffle, opposing Fae, and opposing everyone, really. It is very much necessary to defend the Fane, and therefore I think it is acceptable. Now, that does mean choosing candidates who are both competent and willing. I do not want to take the same approach that Emmy has taken to acquire a willing candidate.
Just
I would-
if just looks puzzled, but doesn't. Yeah, this meeting is going great, so she's not gonna intervene. Uh,
Now, my thought was to contact some of the more notable dragons in the area and ask for recommendations that didn't quite work out yet. I already have a candidate, so to speak, from Engelsbach's court. But I did think about contacting Sevrius.
Him?
You can't deny that he is one of the more notable dragons in the area.
Certainly. But
Now, my question to you would be, do you think he will continue to remain a notable dragon in the area in the future?
well, not if I have anything to say for it.
Who would be his replacement?
I don't care. You could. You want it to be the Black Dread. That is fine for me. But he can't.
Do you not intend to be notable?
I like working in the shadows. It is comfortable, but more so, I am not known to the enemies that the ritual have naturally given. I think that we need all the surprise that we can have on our side.
I see. I can't say that I can emphasize with the feeling of remaining unknown to keep some sort of surprise. But I suppose that's you. I was trying to lead the conversation towards you being the notable dragon in the future, therefore you should suggest a candidate, as Emmy has done through her way. Accidentally, I suppose.
I decided to leave the area. I do not know of them anymore. Severus will not give anything.
Don't know. I would be handing him the opportunity to plant a spy of his in one of the, I would think, most desirable positions of power in this very area. I don't think he could resist that.
True. Well,
If you would indeed rather stay out of this, I can endeavor to find a candidate that is suitable through some way, although I'm not entirely sure how. There are a lot of black dragons hanging out in the Fane these days as a way to taste a bit of rebellion, I believe, to stay away from Savrius for just a few days or longer for no reason other than to oppose him a bit. Perhaps one of those, although none have really stood out.
is it possible that they're using the same tactic as myself?
Most likely, now that you mention it, none of them want to stand out because standing out means attracting the focus of dragons like Severus.
Yes, it is our way. As much as I. There's like a low growl. It is. It is the way.
Does make it more difficult to find a notable candidate.
As much as I would like this place to be. I like that Severus does not know where I am. For when he calls for war at Cormyr, I do not plan on answering. But I think that gaining one of his would be an easy access. I will admit that I had considered another approach pertaining one or two of them, as they seem to come every now and then to fetch me. You know, saying that, like, yeah, I mean, I do not have the same. It is not important to me whether they want to give it or not. But I respect your dedication to your cause. Perhaps you, knowing mine, understand why it is not important to me.
I understand, I think. How about then that I go along with my previous plan of contacting Severus? Whoever he sends, and I'm sure he will send someone, will be used to assist you, and there doesn't need to be any more to that. If said candidate, of course, is not a good fit for the Dragon's Vein, I fully intend to. Let's say I'm willing to give candidates I don't entirely trust a try, because if they mess up, I'm going to replace them. And I will keep replacing them until I have the right fit.
Vestigius grins. They're like, in her mind, replacing means killing them and finding someone that better. like, yeah. That. I honestly had not considered this approach, but it seems like it could work. He wants to, well, keep an eye on you. He has asked me to talk about you whenever the last time. Yes. She like looks at him a little speculative. It's like last time she saw him, he was like fucking mad that he failed this test and hated, was angry at Emmy for some reason, and now she's like, oh hey, this was a lot easier than I thought. Well, once it is done, I would like to dedicate our forces to get the ritual sites established. Have an end to this giant that thinks it can mess with us. Even after we destroyed the hierarchy.
Yes, I would like to finally enter. Very well, I'll have to somehow also find a candidate for myself, of course, but suppose that's my problem.
Well, do they have to? I know that you want willing candidates, but I had been thinking about that purple dragon. I know that it was not ill-intended towards us, but if it is working with the aberrants, I don't think that it is owed any mercy. See, that's like word mercy sounds like weird. It's just yes, this is like that's a weird word in her mouth. Maybe she switches to common. Is there even a word for that in Dragon? Draconic?
You should be aware that using a dragon for this ritual it transfers some of its self. So if you use something as strange as an aberrant purple dragon, I would not recommend even considering that.
Yeah, there's
Considering
like
what
a
may.
horrified expression, like, oh god, no.
Hence why I think it would be appropriate if you found a black dragon as your candidate.
Right. But it is not their personality. Is it? Surely it must be.
It's
They,
something along those lines. I've
Oh.
experienced it. It is disorienting.
Oh. She looks at him. All right. Well, that is good to know. Luckily, I suppose there is an abundance of black dragons. Uh, yes, we will have to see for red ones.
I don't mean to say that the third candidate I'm looking for needs to be a red dragon, but it should not be an aberrant purple dragon.
Sigurdrik's nuts. Yeah, you're right. It shouldn't. Oh, is this some? Perhaps one of the other chromatics? And she like looks to like the symbol of Tiamat. That is probably it's just he's like eh.
I find essential for the future of the Fane is a variety of perspectives. Just like you and I have disagreed on many things, and Emmy and I have disagreed on many things, and I assume you and Emmy have disagreed. Disagreements
Yes.
and conflict are the catalyst of progress, really. It's how you come to the right decision. In the future, I am working towards, I do not see only chromatic dragons. Although, obviously, chromatic dragons have more spirit and are more likely to work towards that future. I don't see the color of your scales as being a necessity to be part of it.
The hit's a little close because of course Sigurdrik actually has like weird like scarring some places like a little bleached some places. She badly tries to cover up. Yes. That's fortunate for me, I suppose. Is this a task that you will go about? Well, with your method, there is really not much I can do to persuade, I suppose.
It's up to you whether you want to be the one to find your candidate or whether I shall go about my method and accept one of Severus's spies.
No, you can do it. I would again prefer to. Just like a weird, like twitching. I do not enjoy my current position with Severus. Brings back unfortunate memories. But in time.
Perhaps there is an opportunity to be had for you at the Fane. If so many black dragons of Severus come there to escape his influence for a little while, someone could offer them an alternative in opposition. It will not be me. Of course, you would have to make yourself known, and I do not think you would escape Severus's notice. But
Maybe. Maybe. For now, the Death King takes. I think will occupy us. After I fully intend to see what I can do to deal with Severus and his.
I think
Well,
that's everything we wanted to discuss then, isn't it?
yeah, I think, Vestige will do a usual thing of offering some eel, but otherwise, like, leave. Like, like, yeah, you can stay, sure. Though, actually, maybe not. She's in a pretty good mood. Uh, she might entertain him for, a couple moments longer than normally.
She gonna offer Velignov drugs.
No, not yet.
Some of this honeycomb, Velignith.
Yeah.
Slyly watches as he.
I was saying, I was like, no, actually, she's still sort of drugged up, I suppose. And also, this, like, went so much better than, she didn't have to bring out, like, Tiamat strife and, yeah, all that stuff. She was like, no, yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I feel like with the green dragon influence that Velignov is currently suffering under, that would probably push him more towards a people pleaser, sort of, chatty people pleaser. That's sort of the
These two drugged dragons that hate talking
Oh,
are
no.
just sitting there playing chess. Oh, yes.
about this weather we're having, right?
That's it. I'm fucking quitting this campaign.
Small talk somehow.
Yeah, I know. It's weather. It changes.
Maybe we should have a family Christmas this year.
Oh, no.
Wouldn't that
That's
be-
how I know. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's reverse Christmas where you have to give gifts to Tiamat, of course.
Yeah. My favorite holiday. Give my shit away. Yeah. God, just the thing is, just like they like they don't become any better at it, right? Like the inclination to be more social doesn't mean that they're good at it. So it really is just like, like
Practice like anything else.
bad.
One day you could become as a stellar conversation as a Visory leader there.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's like trying to talk with people about not work when you only talk about work with them. It's like,
I think as we approach the end of the session, we will also end this year, because this year has gone on long enough.
It has not.
Yeah.
There's so much I still want to do, man.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. It'll go quicker if we start next session and you don't spawn like 3 more news things on me.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right. Yeah. No, that's all good then.
I only took 1 faction action this year. That is not like
same, honestly. I have so many resources left.
well,
Cool,
you don't really take faction actions.
That's true.
You just kick back in your lawn chair and just prop up your feet and go sup.
It's great.
Yeah. All right then. Probably next year. That's maybe a bit not too optimistic. Probably next session.
Oh. Lord.
That's,
Yeah.
From now on, we're playing years in real time. So
it's more like what you normally do.
Dudes start vanishing on the coastline, Griffith. Next year!
You didn't solve that problem. Oof. Trouble is
Sorry, you
brewing
reached
now.
the 4-hour session limit. The Europeans have to go to bed, Griffith.
Now time
God.
advances beyond
I do.
one of those quests that has exclamation mark, must be completed.
What you didn't I said it's a real time event, like, so
Yeah.
Halloween event.
I'll just hold the 2 empty goal slots I now have hostage.
What will I do with them? Nobody knows.
That's right, because I certainly found a suitable dragon for Yinka's ritual. Sheep, what the
Oh,
fuck
yes.
was this that happened today? Like, what the fuck is this curveball?
which one?
What do you mean, which one?
I made plans and I had to improvise.
I'm talking about the curveball of, oh hey, yeah, I'm totally on board with this. This is a great idea. Actually, I'm gonna create like a force of guardians of the dragon fang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in the end, we're getting what we wanted last session, didn't we? We're doing the ritual. We're empowering ourselves. We're skipping the lethargy.
Yeah. Well, you're the one who's writing the explanation letter to Anglispark when in a few years he
Already
acquires-
done.
Okay.
Sup, bro?
One
Of
thing
course.
led to another.
Yeah.
Of course, while he's
Basically.
under the people pleaser energy, he's like, "Hey, Dragon King Anglispark,
By the way,
BT Dubs. I after the menial labor, what the fuck ever, I convinced your vassal to station himself here permanently. It's in your best interest."
With this goal completed, by the way, we have advanced just enough XP to get to the next level.
No shit.
Level
Oh my
22.
I forgot that leveling up is a thing.
damn.
You guys are welcome for my easy
Yeah.
goal
No,
completion.
yeah. That's
Combined with me kicking the shit out of a solo creature last session.
I mean,
yeah, you've been killing it, man. Like,
if a first level character did one of our easy goals, they would advance several levels. so,
Oh,
Incredible.
I do. I am enjoying the niche I've carved out for the character of clubbing other dragons upside the head and hauling them off.
You know, it's like you can imagine an Anglospark, 100 years younger, finding all these young dragons, be like, you know what? You come with me. You come with me. What are you
Yeah,
gonna
no,
do?
it makes
What are you gonna
sense.
do?
Why wouldn't he?
I mean, Missouri is
Absolutely.
getting really into it,
Yeah.
It's just that she
Like-
doesn't want to keep them around,
Yeah,
The purpose is
Like-
different, but the method is entirely.
absolutely. That dragon would 100% have it been in a worse state, but Valigna, for whatever reason, cares about the well-being of these other dragons.
That is hard to understand for the
The,
Cicatrix.
the things she does for him, I tell you what.
Like restrain herself on violence.
I know. I did enjoy whenever he asked, like, "What's your opinion of me, Sir Leech there?" I feel like she could just kill me at a moment's notice.
Well, it's
I was like, yeah, she wants to. Feel
It's just
bad.
right there.
it's this sort of friendly dragon that could still just give a switch.
Chop.
And,
Yeah, I heard that and I'm like, that's what she's going for. Good. That's how I want them all to feel.
it's never quite safe.
Yeah. So my compulsion, I ended up exaggerated like the no effort wasted to spare no expense in that same vein of no effort wasted. Where do you think you're gonna be? You mentioned like people pleasing idea. Where do you think only in destruction due to the truth revealed is going, Sheep?
Um,
I gotta
have to
know
f-
so I could invoke it.
I'll have to think about the specific wording, but like the dragon whose name I will remember at some point. Lot enough.
Mhm.
He seems a bit like people please. I think that's right adjective, and I think that's sort of. I imagine we'll do it this way, that Willingham basically has two compulsions for a little while.
As if you weren't already the person who's earned the most draconic essence. In this
Oh yeah,
game.
it's gotten me into trouble.
Hey guys, now I have two compulsion triggers. Wink.
Maybe one that has changed, but how do you combine that with what Willingham is?
I do love the philosophical quandary. He's like, I can't. Can I destroy myself? Oh, and we're Cicatrix, tasting the fruit of Elm-ish.
Elmish.
Great. Yeah.
That mind afflicting shit.
Yes, he does not enjoy it.
Yeah. What do
That.
you think that is? What do you think that is? Like a dryad of some kind? Like a protector, like a guardian of a tree?
Yeah.
It's the same dryad that Willingham briefly faced below Elm.
Yeah. And then like booked it out of there. Man, I was looking forward to some really like teeth gnashing conversation between your two dragons, trying to convince Valignif if I could get off his high horse and suck the life out of other dragons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Thank you, Tiamat.
And then Sheep just yanks that from me. You bastard! How could you?
All good things come to people who wait, apparently.
The most unexpected. Oh wow, words escape me.
Like
the most unexpected turn of events. Willingham decides to agree.
if Valignant coming there and changing his mind, I was like, yeah, okay, Valignant, then you dropping the plan on what you intended to do with it, but I was like, what?
It goes well with just getting some green dragon energy, What if violence
Yeah.
wasn't the answer? Only through dialogue is the truth
Not
revealed.
the only answer. Yeah. Ugh. Yes, let's talk about communication theory. That's
In pondered, truth is revealed. Only in verbally abusing you is your true character
Oh,
revealed.
no,
That's right, viewers.
non-physical violence. Incredibly
So-
mean.
Anyway, yes, this session was pleasantly baffling.
Pleasantly baffling.
I I enjoyed it, but I'm confused by it.
Yeah,
Next,
same.
yeah. Next session, folks, we find out whether Worsicatrix builds a drug empire out
Yeah.
here in the middle of the sticks.
I feel like I'm playing Blades all of a sudden.
we find out what Valignith becomes with his two halves, and we figure out whether this year will actually end. Are romantic walks on the beaches of Gulfmere actually bad for you?
What lurks out?
Yeah, are the Thayans? Are the Aberrants? Is it just bad luck? Is it Malar testing them? Is it the Spellfire Avatar Nobanian?
Malar's like, I have given sharks legs. It just made sense. Oh,
Oh, we call them Violettes. That's what we do.
and sharks. But now also in the sea. Now both places.
Killer whale Bulette.
Uh,
Yes.
and it does make sense that the fleet of Umberly is going to go up there to punish the Netherese people.
I am very pleased with that. I considered actually trying and influencing them, but they did it on their own. So hey.
They stuck around here for a bit, but they should have got what they came for.
Yeah. Now it frees up the Black Fleet of Fae to actually once again be active out there in the sea.
And do things on the water.
Yeah.
Because they're totally just here helping to contain Zembia.
You still have that fortune will favor you if you go out there under the water card, Ari.
That's true. Maybe I should rob some things. I mean,
Just plant some drugs on their knolls.
prospect. Yeah.
Try some. There you go. Like fill the Church
Use
of Bane and Red and Seer with sap. Just flood that fucking waterway with the sap.
use it for like unconventional warfare.
Yes.
Hey! And then
everyone's
when
really
they're all
happy.
drugged, I march in with gas masks on and just murder everyone. Yeah, done. It's in. I figured it out.
What if you combined the sap with, say, a dwarven trebuchet?
Yes.
Man, it's like, what if we just bombard their city with cocaine?
Just
It's
like,
gonna be great.
What
What if-
honeycomb full of red bees at like these You said they had fortifications, right? Good.
We already get that with dinosaurs, though. Oh, they don't have walls. Come on.
You think I want trebuchet something that doesn't have walls? Wrong. Just
So, besides, you can erect the bridge back at Reddit's here once you clear out the Church of Bane.
you know,
It doesn't have to
It's
be
true.
next to you.
Like the
Does
third
not.
bridge built over this water.
It sure would be.
They usually take a while to
You
build.
know,
and then
Malignant
don't last
destroyed both of those fucking bridges.
long.
yeah.
It seemed like the right thing to do. At
I
the
mean,
time.
the marked. Here at the marked, we care about building bridges. You know,
Wow, it turns into
between
a-
different people, unified in a common goal.
Bigotrix does drugs once and suddenly is like doing a tech startup.
Fucking hippie.
Polysilicon, the valley here is now known as.
No,
Silicon
man,
Valley.
just peace and love and.
Meanwhile, Valignith is like, we cannot let some sort of cunning and malevolent dragon like suck the draconic essences out of like other individuals. Like all the power will gather, and Yink is like, as I explained to him, he's early theory, it's water, and then it'll like evaporate and go away. But sure, you get addicted to that, and I'm like, yes, that's what my character is.
Yeah.
What more? Suddenly feeling normal is going to be like feeling tired.
Yeah.
I am currently feeling normal. This is how I'm supposed to feel.
Right.
That's
It's
right.
It's like coffee, except you have to grind dragon beans.
No, it's the prescribed medicine that fixes like the chemicals in your brain. She's fixed. And Valignith would deny her the cure or put it in some sort of complicated process.
No, the only ethical thing here is to hunt other dragons for sport and then use them to medicate yourself. I mean,
They're evil
Just-
dragons.
that's the
D&D
justification.
dictates that it's
I mean, they're
fine.
bad people, right?
According to my
Yeah.
3x3 alignment grid, we're good.
I'm not nice, but neither are they, so who's going to complain?
Yeah. You know what? Cormier will thank us when we've sucked out all the energy of the swamps.
That would be great. Tell me support spreading this ritual.
Yeah.
Wow. Actually, no. Book of the Dragons, bad thing. They probably would. Actually,
How do you burn a book that breathes fire at you?
by the way, it's a D&D game, so they would definitely put it in some sort of secret vault and protect it with all sorts of traps and stuff.
Mhm.
So
Like
that
the
in
orb
100 years,
of Storms.
it inevitably gets stolen so that adventurers can go find it, right?
Right. Like the previous 2 war wizards who tried to destroy this book were disintegrated by the power of the tome. So instead, we've chosen to secret it away within this eldritch
Yes.
vault.
No one will
Inside
ever hear about
a
it.
keep held
We'll
by
never
an
talk-
order who is then slowly defunded over the next 50 years until some bad guy takes it. And now only you can stop him. Classic.
Mm.
That works. That works. Here.
But that's what they did with the Orb of Storms.
Yeah. It worked. Great.
Really wanted to use that, but people kept stealing it. Problem with having something too valuable and actually wanting to put it on the battlefield.
As we're in our session end, our cunning scheme to prevent the curse hitting and us falling into slumber by simply just refusing to pass the years. It's a brilliant move by all of us.
Yes.
Victory through time dilation. Yes.
Didn't think of chronomancy. Fourth wall breaking chronomancy.
Rah, rah, rah. No.
The swerve I'm going to pull next session, man, a guy's going to be like, so, you said you wanted to do shit this year, Grimmeth, before we ended it? I was like, yeah, fuck him.
Hope
I'm
you
good.
prepared battle maps for fighting the Termish army.
Uh,
I'm going to begin my state of unconventional warfare against the nation of Termish because I hate civilization and wish to destabilize the Dragon King.
This is the time to begin that conflict.
I
I
knew
think.
You know who has been on this map forever? Amn. Let's get him off of it.
Oh. Yes, let's mess with one of the big forces that doesn't give a shit about us.
Oh, no,
That
they do
seems
not
like a
care.
great idea.
Let's just begin bombing their backyard. Why? I
Yeah.
don't know. It's there.
They're like, yeah, some crazy shit's happening on the Dragon Coast. That's not our fucking problem.
Like if our empire on different spots are having trouble because we're dicks about it.
Yeah. We're currently doing our political gains of intrigue against the Lord's Alliance.
Well, I'm just can't play nice.
Tell me, you know, I can
Money-grubbing
relate.
slavery and colonialism. It's just doesn't
Oh.
make friends.
Get it. What was your favorite part of the session, viewers? Write it in the comments below or in the stream chat. I did enjoy Ares' wait what when discovering what had become of the paladin of Nobanian.
Just seeing him there, like, what happened? Jesus.
Crisis of faith, and I mean, at some point, lack of options. Really,
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of things happened as it turns out. Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
Inspiration, man. It's like the paladin that turns to Pazuzu to try and like do a good, you know, because it's the only option the paladin has. And so begins the fall. All right, viewers. Next time, next week, maybe the end of this year. Will Gaffle's form die anytime soon?
Maybe we'll go back into the depths and fight some things, and it'll take even
Yeah.
more time. That's fine.
Will I actually fill any of these 2 goal slots?
I mean,
And if so, with what?
look at all these healing searches, right? Look at
Yeah.
all that potential.
Shit, that's right. I just remembered. I have to level up to level 22. Oh my god. I mentioned my level 22 power. It's fucking stupid. I love it. What's your guys' level 22 power that you're going to be getting? Do you know?
Oh, I've just looked at them, and there's some good ones. The one I'm looking at mostly is the target regains all of her or his healing hit points.
Okay,
So-
yeah, that's a cleric power.
I've got
Minor
a
action
cleric
probably,
power
right?
that lets me spend that lets me heal as if I had spent 3 healing surges, and I can pick another one that just fills all my hit points.
Here. Isakawa loved Valignus curveballs the most. The 2 powers that I'm going to be choosing between is the Immortal Endurance, which is a daily, which is you gain temporary hit points equal to your bloodied value. And then the Indomitable Maneuver, which is an encounter, which is you shift 12 squares as a move action and can move through enemy spaces during the shift.
That's good. By the way, Graham, if your links in Twitch chat are being censored.
They sure are. How dare Manikai actually have the appropriate knowledge to censor people from posting links?
Yeah, it's default. I have no idea what that is.
There you go. But yeah, the other 2 powers that are probably more relevant are I couldn't make a picture, but it's an encounter power that you and each ally in a close 5 burst. Until end of next turn, each target gets +2 speed, +2 attack rolls, +2 damage rolls, and can crit on an 18 to 20.
Huh.
It wouldn't be great for the Cicatrix, though, I don't think, because she already crits on 18 to 20, I think.
Oh.
I made you a
Yeah.
moderator, Grimmeth. Now you can probably let yourself give links.
Okay. Yeah, that and I believe a VIP badge would as well. Cool, though.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yes. That does remind me, though, this wasn't covered in a recap or at any point, and we never really talked about or viewed the token. Ari, I want you to mouse over Valigniv's token and take a hard look at the statistics.
I did say I got new armor.
No, yeah, I saw, and I was like, what?
+7
The
armor class
fuck?
and +2 reflex.
Yeah.
As much AC as I do now.
Didn't actually adjust the reflex save now that you said.
Great.
My
That's what I
reflex
want.
save is still irrelevant.
I saw that and I was like, I don't like. As the striker, I suppose it's appropriate that I'm the easiest to hit, but I'm not comfortable with this. I was like, I've been like looking at like upgrading my armor because like then I can just do that.
A goddess gave you a boon of a murder hobo weapon. Goddess gave like Valignith a boon of like this incredible like wondrous armor. So hey,
I mean,
Yeah,
it's worth considering for Valignith as a character. He is a multi-class defender. He is a multi-class warrior and has picked a defender paragon path.
Yeah, I mean, Vesicatrix is multi-class sorcerer, but you don't really see that.
Striker.
Double striker.
Really, like there is some power that I never use. That's like, oh, you can add some arcane damage to one attack every encounter. Some fucking.
You have so many other buttons that you're trying to keep track of.
I do, and also I took that so I could cast rituals. So that's.
So here I am, defender controller, trying to cover categories people don't have. Sheep's like, let me get on that defender, and Aries like, welcome to the campaign, striker.
I feel like sending Valignif in, first into that tomb. Now I feel perfectly comfortable. Just push him in front.
He does sometimes take the job of defending.
Sometimes,
sort of.
he sometimes goes.
He's enthusiastic about it.
Since the beginning of the campaign, I remember a shack full of like spirit things that he decided to just stumble into first.
So great.
And then he burned that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, that was the cabin of a drow, I believe. Not the Underdark. Foreshadowing some of the things found down there.
Oh man. Good times. Good times. This fucking campaign is stupid.
Come a long way.
But
Oh,
it's our stupid.
yes, it's the unique story that Manikai invited me to 2.5 years ago that I knew I hadn't told anywhere else, and as it turns out, this is a story I have not told anywhere else. Next week, viewers, what other curveballs will be thrown at us?
Next week for more.
Next week, will Valigniv show up with 17 healing surges? What's
Oh,
Tiamat's
man.
other blessing? She has 5 heads, so she has 5 blessings. Take care, everyone.
All right, see ya.
Bye.